Good morning, everyone. Welcome to 406 Streaming and the Karl and Sonja Dehn Memorial Scratch Tournament here in Shoto, Montana. We've got just a few minutes of practice warm-up before we get started today. We have a lot of sponsors for this tournament this year. A lot of added money, just under $6,000 has been added to the prize fund, and as the day goes on, I'll go through all of those sponsors. Great thanks to them. Also, I'd like to welcome in the Canadian viewers tuning in to support our great friends from Canada that have made the cut and will be bowling here today. So we'll get the action started here shortly, and thank you for joining us. Okay, practice has ended, and we're getting ready to start today at the Karl and Sonja Dehn Memorial Scratch Tournament. Pins do not carry over, so we're starting from scratch today with match play. It's a 42-foot pattern, 30 mils. It was very playable yesterday. It does penalize you for making mistakes, but it isn't brutal. It is a playable shot. Okay, your matches today. For match 1, on lanes 1 and 2, we've got Ron Corkin versus Chad Hauser, Travis Sorensen versus Sean Jacobs, Alex Terrakita versus Sean Hill. On lanes 3 and 4, we've got Dirk Thompson versus Colin Schott, Greg Thomas, and Greg won last year versus Charles Wilkin, who made the top 5 last year as well. Desiree Allen versus Mark Hodges. On lanes 5 and 6, we have Dustin Wardell versus Felicia Wong, Jesse Florkowski versus Brian Puckett, David Houck versus Tommy Crosscrew. Again, thank you all for watching today. And also thank you to the Canadian viewers supporting our friends from Canada that are down there and have made the cut. There are a few of them in this match play today that did make it.
Thanks again.
We do have a number of sponsors for this tournament, almost $6,000 of added money from the sponsors. Sponsors are Carpet One Contract Flooring, Chicken on the Way, Grizzly Auto Repair, Alley Cat, Desh's Auto Repair, Bootlegger Casino, Little's Lanes, Lucky Strike Lanes, RMIS, Opportunity Bank, Boma Truck Sales, Kristen Dane, Keith Dean, Custom Stacking, that's Keith Van Stetten with Custom Stacking, Copper Creek Coffee, Old West Lumber, Garmin Stripper Wells, that's Logan Garmin, Montana's Premier Electric, DGI Enterprises, East Slope Vet, the Jurdy Family, that's Steve, Paul, and Michelle, KS Auto Parts, Breen Oil, and Main Street Express, the Tripp Family, and then we did have some ball raffles, balls supplied by New Look Pro Shop, Alley Cat, and Storm Bowling. Hopefully this will be a great show today. We've got some bowlers that shot some scores. Shot some scores yesterday, so today we should be able to see some scoring in this match play. At the end of the match play, it is a 5-person eliminator, so it isn't a step ladder. All 5 bowlers will bowl, low score out until we get to a champion. I hope you enjoy it today, and if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to 406 Streaming. It does help. And also, we'd like to thank all of the bowlers for coming and playing this weekend here in Shoto. Winter has struck, and there's a good deal of snow out there today, so it's wonderful to see this many bowlers here, and there are quite a few spectators in the house as well. So thank you again for watching, and we're about to see the first ball thrown. Match play day here. Dirk Thompson's going to get us started. And we're off. Like I say, this shot is playable. 42 feet, 30 mils. It is going to require that you execute, but it is certainly not just a brutal condition out there. Very fair. You throw good shots, you're going to do well today.
Whenever you're ready there, Sonja. Two. We're here for the lane number. You're not 2, because we're 2. We're 2. Chad's got you 1. If you look over here where it says lane number. Let's shot him. A1 though. Hey, you're A, bud. Oh. You happy first. Chad, you're the first bowler up too. Yeah.
A's are top, B's middle, C bottom.
A's are top?
A's are top, B's middle.
And as I said earlier, Greg Thomas did win this last year, so it'll be interesting to see how he fares today and see if he can repeat.
Let's get you up the T-box.
Chad Hauser just breaks up a split, only the 10 pin left. And we do have some striking early.
Hold on.
Yesterday, as is always in these tournaments, spare shooting was at a premium. It was sort of a day of haves and have-nots when it came to the spare shooting. The players that are here today obviously shot spares well. Yesterday, there were a number of people that did not fare so well and missed a number of single pins. So we'll keep an eye on that today. See if there's anyone that seems to be struggling at single pins or if everybody is locked in. 3, Greek Church left on 3. If you're gonna leave it, I guess starting the tournament is the place to put it. Oh, and they get 4 of the 5 out of the church, so excellent count. Excellent count. I'm not going to get a spare. That was Desiree that left that church. Alex Terakita just crossed, left a 5 pin. Tommy Krosky starts with a split today. Ooh. Sean Jacobs starts with a split and only gets 1 of the 4. So not great count. Again, thank you. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you're in for a day of enjoyment. Oh, Alex whips the 5 pin. Down on lane 6, we just Dustin Wardell just threw a strike, so he's off to a good start. Marked his first 2 frames. Sean Hill, 2-4-8-10. Not the start that he wanted. Splits the first 2 frames. And Chad's a little high with the 4 pin. Colin picks up the 3-6-10, not the conventional way, but spare nonetheless. And Sean Hill shooting at 2-4-8-10, gets the count, leads the 10. Oh, there we go. There we go. Desiree trips out the 7, and Chad misses the 4. So early on, we've got some single pins being missed. Yeah, so it's start with we're seeing a number of splits to begin today. But I really expect things to open up after a couple of games start to open up. Yesterday things opened up quite nicely on all 3 shifts. Second shift played a little tighter in general as the day went on. Third shift opened up probably the best of any of the shifts. So today I really expect that the shot will open up after a couple of games. Oh, and another split on 2. Travis Sorensen with the 4-10. Yeah, Mark Hodges crossing on 3, leaves 1. Again, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do so. 406 Streaming could use the support.
Oh yeah.
And we hope you enjoy the day. Watching some bowling here at Alley Cat Lanes in Choteau, Montana. this tournament. I believe this is the 6th annual. I'm not 100% certain on that. And if you enjoyed today, in 2 weeks, Ronan has the scratch tournament. Many of these same bowlers will be there. Forest Extreme will be there to show it again. So, if you do enjoy today, tune in next weekend to see many of these bowlers play again. Also, the end of March, Ring and 10 in Butte. March 23rd and 24th. Bowlers out there, if you want to play in a scratch tournament, that's certainly one to play. That normally has around 300 entries. Quite a bit added money. So if you are interested in doing some scratch tournament play in Montana, that's when to play. The scratch tournament in Ronan in 2 weeks is full at the moment. And if there are any of you out there wondering why in match play today you're not seeing some of the familiar names like Alex Hoskins and Gio, Daria, and some of those individuals, they weren't able to attend this weekend. They are expected to be in Ronan along with the Reeses. And like I said, a number of the bowlers that are here today will be in that tournament. So we've got a few bowlers that have started off pretty hot this morning. Nice conversion of the 3-9 on lane 1. We've got Greg Thomas shooting at the 4-10 on lane 3. He takes the 4. And so Greg is off to a little bit of a slow start today. A couple of splits, some opens, the first few frames. But last year he also didn't start real quick, but did bowl well late to find his way to victory. Ray leaves a 5-pin. Felicia's off to a nice clean start. All spares so far, and she can clean up the 3-pin for another spare. Oh, Alex, a little unfortunate. It was high to lead the 6-8. Dirk with a strike. Got a clean game to start the day. There we go. Sean Hill on 2. Nice ball flush. Felicia cleans up her spare, so she is clean through 4. Alex just takes the 6. Jesse Flakowski gets the strike. He needs to put some together. He opened the first couple frames, missing a single pin to start. What a break there. Lane 3 through the face for a strike. Oh, and Dave Houck down on lane 5. Backdoors it for a 3-bagger. Backdoors a strike. So he's started hot with that good fortune. Charles Wilson just washed out. Oh, and I'm sorry, I did down on 5 and 6. I called the wrong bowler on that break. That was not Dave House. Dave had the 3-bagger and it split in the 4th frame. That was Brian Puckett who had the breakdown on 5 and 6. Mark Hodges up on 3. Crosses over, leaving just the 2 pins.
Over here with these turkeys. Yeah, first over frames. Seriously? Get 1 strike on me. So happy.
Mark's got a nice tidy game going to strike and all 9 spares, so see if he cleans up that 2 pin to keep the clean game. Sean Hill doubles on lane 1. Alex Turkey through the face. Mark cleans it up, so he is clean through 4. Dustin Wardell down on 5 just threw a strike. Halfway through here, I'll try to give you a little bit of an update on who we have here, who we have winning and losing across the house. Chad Hauser flush. 1, 2. Brian Puckett just left the 2-8-10. Down at 6, and he takes 2 of them, takes the 2-8 to the count. Charles Wilson just dead flush. Okay, so halfway through, we've got Ron Corkin with a slim lead over Chad Hauser. We have Dirk Thompson with the lead over Colin Schott. We have Dustin Wardell with a very, very small lead over Felicia Wong down in 5 and 6. We have Brian Puckett with a pretty substantial lead right now over Justin Florkowski down in 5 and 6. On lanes 3 and 4, we have Charles Wilkin has a lead over Greg Thomas. We have on 1 and 2, Travis Sorensen and Sean Jacobs are in a very tight match. Travis is leading just by a couple of pins.
When you kind of tiptoe this way, you almost foul it. You just stick up. That was
Oh, Mark Hodges almost picks up a split on lane 4. Very close. Alex picks up the spare on lane 1. Desiree short. Oh, she does not strike out. Leaves a 7-pin on lane 3. So she's in the Dutch land right now. There's Sean. Ron Corkin throws another strike. She gets a spare. And we have Dave Hauk with a very big lead over Tommy Crosby right now. Travis Sorensen just went through the face on 1 and 2. So this is going to give Sean Jacobs a chance to close up just a little bit. And he leaves the 2-8. He was right. If he can convert this, he will close up some ground. Oh, Jesse Florkowski gets a break. 1-6, breaking up the split. Greg Thomas strikes again for 3 in a row against Charles. He's starting to cut into that lead just a little bit after starting with the 2 splits. That 3-bagger has certainly brought him back into this match. Sean cleans up the spare, so he does cut into the lead of Travis Swanson down here on 1 and 2. Desiree strikes, so she continues. Still has that Dutch going through. Oh, I'm sorry, it isn't a Dutch. That's my mistake. She did start with a double. Sean Hill now has got a 4-bagger. He's got things rolling. And he does have a substantial lead in his match with Alex. Mark Hodges, nice conversion there on the 2-4-7-9. Corkin goes high, leaves the 3-6. So this gives Chad a chance. If he can strike here, he'll cut into Ron's lead. And he does. That was flush, 10 back. So he's making some inroads in that match. Felicia goes a little high on the 6. Ron converts. Jesse gets a strike down on lane 5. 1 this spare, frame 6 really was costly for him. Travis on one crosses over.
Ball key down. I forgot to.
We have Dave Houck on 5. It's missed right, left to 1-2. He does have a lead in his match. Ryan Pucker goes high down on lane 6. And he also is leading. Sean Hill, strike. So he has a substantial lead over Alex. Greg Thomas with another strike, so he's got a 4-bagger. And Alex has just whiffed the 6-9. So that match is pretty much over. Sean Hill is going to defeat Alex. Okay, Ron just went through the face on lane 2, left the 4-7. Chad's got a 3-bagger up, so this gives him a chance. He will take the lead in the match if he can strike here. And it's flush. It's flush. So that 4-bagger has given Chad the lead. Has given Chad the lead in his match. And Mark Hodges has a split down on 4 and does not convert. So he is trailing in his match. Tommy Crosby has a baby split on 6. Does not convert it. And he is trailing substantially in his match as well. I think at this point, there's not really any chance of him winning. On lane 3, Colin just went high. So he trails in his match with Dirk. Dirk also just went high. Both leaving, in essence, the same spare. One the left-hander and one the right-hander. Travis is flush, 10 back. So his match, he keeps himself in it in his match with Sean. Colin converts. And Dirk converts. Brian carries down on lane 5. There's a big shot. Jesse does not strike. He really needs the strike to keep cutting into the lead. Charles Wilkins strikes on 3. So he's put together a string in his match against Greg. Or he hasn't, I'm sorry. He strikes to keep himself in the match. Greg's the one that's put together the string to have control of that match. Greg leaves the 10 pin. So that is an opening. That is an opening for Charles. Mark Hodges strikes on 3 in the 8th frame. Chad Hauser with another strike, so he's got it going right now. He has it going. Ron opened the 8th frame, and Chad now is in firm control of that match. Greg converts to 10 pin. Ron leads to 7. Dave Houck down on 6 strikes. And that match against Tommy Crossgree is all but over. Sean Jacobs leaves one on lane 2, so it is going to give Travis an opportunity to gain some ground. Travis can strike here. Felicia strikes on lane 6. So that match is still pretty close. Dustin and Felicia down on 5 and 6. Sean gets a spare down on lane 2. Travis strikes, so Travis has come back to make that a match.
Got you. Hit it.
He has made up quite a bit of ground against Sean. And going into the 10th, he does have a chance to steal this. Brian Puckett has struck. Alex finally gets a strike on 1. It's going to be a case of too late, but you know, he can go off the sheet here and at least salvage some pin total. Do something with this game. Travis gets a 9 count on lane 2. Really isn't going to matter. That match is over, so Sean is going to defeat Alex. Chad does not strike. He gets 7. Greg Thomas on lane 3. Split and a 6 count. So that, unless he converts this, that will put Charles back in control of that match. Oh, and he slides the 3 in front of the 4-7. And Chad has failed to convert in the 10th. He shoots 211. He shoots 211. But that is enough. That is enough to defeat Ron Corkin. Ron, the best he can shoot is 200, so Chad will beat Ron. Dave Houck strikes in the 9th. And And again, that match against Tommy Croft and Dave is going to win that match. Desiree crosses, leaves just a 6-pin. She is in control of her match against Mark. Mark strikes, however, and could make it interesting. He could make it interesting, but he really needs to go off the sheet to force Desiree to strike in the 10. Desiree converts. Sean Jacobs strikes to start the 10th. He has a possible 203. Travis Sorensen has a 212 possible. So Sean really needs to go off the sheet here. Ron strikes again, so he does shoot 200, so he does at least get a decent game out of it. He's not going to get the bonus for winning. However, that's going to go to Chad with his 211. Colin whiffs the head pin, gets 6. And again, it's Dirk and Colin have been mirroring each other, the right-hander and left-hander. Dirk really needs to convert this, and he does. He converts. Now puts the pressure on Colin to convert. Sean needs, yeah, that's Sean for you if you heard that. Sean does need to throw one more. He has to throw the strike now. That forced Travis to strike. And Travis did not. And so Sean throwing that double in the 10th is going to get him victory. Colin converts his spare. So that match, he's just sort of hanging on. And Sean gets a 9 count to close it out, but that double in the 10th, is enough. It forced Travis to strike. He did not strike. So that 202 is going to give Sean the victory over Travis. We have Dirk Thompson defeats Colin 185 to 158. And now Travis strikes, but one shot too late. He had a must strike on that first ball, and he did not. So now we have Charles and Greg. They're in quite a close match. And Greg leaves a 10 pin. Leaves a 10 pin on 4, so the best he can shoot is 188. That takes all of the pressure off of Charles, and he strikes anyway. So Charles will win that match. He will beat Greg Thomas. As I said earlier, Sean Hill is going to defeat Alex on lane 1 and 2, so that takes care of all of the matches there. Brian Puckett strikes on lane 5. So he is going to defeat Jesse Florkowski. And on 5 and 6, also we have Dustin Wardell defeating Felicia Wong. 203, 194. So that was an excellent match. And Alex is now throwing a 3-bagger, so maybe he's going to turn things around in this next match. So the only match that's in doubt right now is the Desiree Allen Mark Hodges match on 3 and 4. And in that situation, Mark Hodges is must strike. Desiree throwing. Oh, and Desiree leaves a washout, so the door is open. The door is open. The best that she can shoot if she converts this washout is a 193. And Mark can go off the sheet for a 199. So he does have an opening. The door is open. Must strike here, however. And he crosses. He goes right and does not get the strike. So the best he can shoot now is 176. Desiree hasn't shut out. So those are the matches. That is all the results for the first round. Oh, and Desiree converts. She converts. So yeah, Mark had to have that first one. No chance without it. So in the second match, we will have on lanes 1 and 2, Dustin Wardell versus Colin Schott, Charles Wilkins versus Brian Puckett, Desiree Allen versus Tommy Crossgreen. On lanes 3 and 4, we will have Ron Corkin versus Felicia Wong, Jesse Florkowski versus Sean Jacobs, Sean Hill versus Dave Howe. On lanes 5 and 6, Chad Hauser versus Dirk Thompson, Travis Sorensen versus Greg Thomas, and Alex Terakita versus Mark Hodges. So that's your lineup for the second set of matches. Again, if you haven't subscribed, please do so. And I'd like to thank the sponsors that we have for today. They added nearly $6,000 to the prize fund. And they are Carpet One Contract Flooring, Chicken on the Way, Grizzly Auto Repair, Alley Cat, Desh's Auto Repair, Bootlegger Casino, Little's Lanes, Lucky Strike Lanes, RMIS, Opportunity Bank, Boma Truck Sales, Chris and Dehn, Keith Dehn, Custom Stacking, Copper Creek Coffee, Old West Lumber, Garmin Stripper Wells, Montana's Premier Electric, DGI Enterprises, East Slope Vet, the Jurdy Family, KS Auto Parts, Breen Oil and Main Street Express, the Tripp Family. And there were ball raffles as well that helped raise some extra money for the prize fund. Those balls were provided by New Look Pro Shop, Alley Cat, and Storm Bowling. I hope you're enjoying the bowling today. We did not have any huge scores that first match. So we did have one 226, and that was the high. And that was the high for the first match. But as I said, this is a playable, scoreable pattern. It is 42 feet, 30 mils. And I expect it to open up after this match. By match 3, things should open up a bit, and we should see a lot better scoring starting. Match 1, we had a lot of matches that weren't very close. We did have a few that came down to the 10th, but only 3 or 4. In this round 2, hopefully we'll have a lot more tight matches. Again, thank you all for watching. Especially thank you to our Canadian friends that have come down. It is winter out there, so the trip home for many is not going to be the most pleasant. There is a lot of snow still snowing and blowing. So thanks to everyone that's attended. This was a full tournament. There had to be there was a lottery for re-entries on the last shift. So thank you to everyone.
Good job, guys. Good job.
Another open save.
All right, and we are off on round 2. Hopefully this round will have a few more tight matches. I know it's always enjoyable when you're watching to see tight matches rather than blowouts. When it's over, 6 frames in, it's not nearly as entertaining. Felicia starts with a crossover to open her match. Colin converts the 10 pin, no problem. He did stick a little bit, and that's been one issue this weekend with the snow, and it rained yesterday and last night. The humidity, synthetic rain sometimes, the humidity in the building can cause some sticking issues. It's been great though, the maintenance of the house, no problems. It's a very smooth tournament. Really have to thank Alley Cat, their staff, Paul and Kristen, for this tournament, what they've done to put this tournament on. You look at the small houses in Montana, 6-lane house, the amount of prize fund, the caliber of bowlers that are here competing this weekend. It really is a testament to the job they do with the Alley Cat. When Charles just washes out. Brian misses left and gets a huge break, leaving just the 1-3. Jesse, 10 back, that was solid, just flush. And Charles only gets 2 out of that, so he cost himself just a bit in count, but it is the first frame. Not that concerning. It's only going to be really 1 pin that it costs him. Brian converts the 1-3, so he'll start with a spare. All right, we'll see. Tommy's up for his first shot on lane 1. We'll see if he can fare a little better this match than he did in round 1. Starts with a good shot, 10 back. That was dead flush. Desiree converts the 1-3, so she starts with the spare.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
Oh, Chad Hauser opens. Does not convert. And Dustin. Washout +1 on lane 1. Thomas is about to start his second match, and he goes through the face. Colin is light, leaving just the 3 pin. And Dustin only gets 2 out of that. Sean picks up the 10 pin. Or Sean Hill, I should be specific. Sean Jacobs leaves the 210 on lane 3. And Greg Thomas does not convert on lane 5. Travis does convert, so. Charles strikes. Oh, and Sean Jacobs gets nothing, whiffs it, trying to convert the 210. So Brian had some footing issues on his first one. Let's just see the second shot here. Through the face, leaves just the 610. Convertible spare. And Desiree leaves the 510. Quite a bit of deflection on that shot. Mark Hodges goes through the face. And Brian converts. I am, just to give you an idea of the perspective I have here, I am just off of lane 1. So my best view is of 1 through 4, 5 and 6. I can see, but not the best view of the house. Oh, Ron gets a good break, breaks up the split. And Dirk on lane 6 through the face, leaves a split. Felicia converts the 7 pin. And Tommy strikes. So Tommy Crossker is off to a better start in this match than he fared in the first one. Looks like he's a little more locked in. And Colin was flush. Gets a strike in his match. His match against Dustin. And Dirk gets 2 out of that split. Dustin through the face. So Dustin's struggling just a little bit on 1 and 2 to start. Chad converts. Jesse washes out. And Dustin converts. So Brian's up on lane 1. He did have some footing issues on his first shot on 1. So we'll see if footing issue is fixed. Yeah, it looks like that was much better. That's going high, leaves a 4 pin. Greg Thomas through the face for a baby split down on lane 6. Oh, Jesse converts. Great spare for Jesse. Travis goes high and leaves the 610. Charles through the face for the 310. And Dave gets a strike. Brian whips the 4 pin, so he's got an open strike open on lane 1. So he is. I don't know whether it's a matter of him not being comfortable on lane 1 with his footing, or whether that was just a whiff. Sean Hill gets a strike on lane 3, and Charles converts the baby split on lane 2. So, fortunately for Brian, Charles, started with an open, has a couple of marks, so that match is still very close. This hasn't cost him yet. Desiree crosses over and gets a strike. Let's see if Tommy can clean up. Alex leaves the 7th pin there. He's got a strike to start this, so Alex is starting much better than he started his first match. It's much closer to how he ended that first match, so that looks good for him. Colin crosses over. Leaves the 4-7-8. Let's see what Dustin can do here. And he strikes. Dustin strikes. So he's closed up some ground in that match. Colin is going to need to convert here to keep the lead that he has. Chad Hauser converts his spare. Jesse leaves a washout on lane 4. Felicia, 10 bag, that was a nice shot. Flush. So she takes the lead in her match. Charles gets a strike. So made Brian pay a little bit for that miss of that 4-pin. Oh, and Jesse almost converts the washout, but does not. Desiree a little light that time. So in this match 2, not a lot of strikes yet. Not a lot of strikes happening. Travis does not convert. Tommy goes through the face. Fortunate just to leave a 9-pin. Desiree converts. Thomas converted. Sean Jacobs just threw a strike on lane 3. Tommy converts that single pin. Sean Hill's got a single pin in his match. Try and convert. Alex crosses, does not carry. Colin light, bad break there. Light needs the 3-7. So Doug Houck goes through the face and trips the 3-pin forward. A great break for him, and that gives him a 3-bagger to take control of that match. See what Colin can do with this split. Oh, that was a great attempt. Whips it, however. Gets 8 out in that frame. Ron with a strike in his match against Felicia. Needed that. Felicia can keep the pressure on him with a strike here. Light, and it does carry. The 10-pin carries for Felicia. So she doubles to extend her lead just slightly in that match. Jesse crosses for a strike, and that he desperately needed that in his match with Sean. Brian on lane 1 crosses, but carries. And that gives him a double. And Charles strikes. So halfway through their match, halfway through their match, Charles leads by 1 over Brian. Colin and Dustin are also pretty much even with that open in the 5th by Colin. And Tommy Crossgree throws a strike. So he has a lead. He has a lead over Desiree halfway through this match. Desiree goes through the face, leaves just the 6-pin. So Tommy's leading that match just slightly. And Dave, much better shot that time, leaves the 9-pin. So his string stops. Sean washed out, so he really needs to convert this to stay in touch. Dustin strikes. Desiree converts her spare. So Tommy has a lead in that match. Dave's got a lead over Sean, a pretty substantial lead. We have Sean Jacobs leading Jesse Bukowski, and Felicia's leading Ron. On 5 and 6. Chad has a slight lead over Dirk. And the Greg Thomas-Travis Sorensen match is very close. Greg is leading by 1 in that one. And Mark Hodges is leading Alex Tarkita. Alex has missed single pins to open the last 2 frames. Mark Hodges crosses to strike, so he's taking control of that match. Alex started well, but is fading by not converting those spares. So that's your halfway update. Thank you all again for tuning in on 406 Streaming. Please subscribe if you haven't. We've got a few more close matches here in round 2. Chad Hauser through the face, leaves the baby split. Brian Puckett with the strike, so he now has a 3-bagger. So he puts the pressure on. He puts the pressure on Charles. He does have a lead with that 3-bagger. Takes a little bit of control halfway through that match. Sean Jacobs leaves the 2-10, and Desiree goes way left. Leaves the 1-3-5. Tommy can really take control of this match with a strike here. And Chad Hauser does not convert the baby split. He still has the lead, but Dirk, with a conversion here, can close down. And Dirk does convert that single pin, so he closes. Sean Jacobs misses both pins. split. Desiree converts. Nice conversion on that particular lead. And Sean Hill with the 410. And Tommy Crossgreen misses both on the 3-9. So that, in his match, that brings everything close again. That brings Desiree back in it. Collins stuck a little bit on that one, leaves just the 3-pin. That gives Dustin an opportunity to take a little bit of control in his match. Oh, and he leaves the 7. 9 and a wiggle. He did touch it, but it didn't go down. Alex misses the head pin left. Colin converts, so he stays in touch. Dustin converts the 7-pin. So that match is all even. Colin and Dustin are all even through 7. Alex converts. In his match. Mark Hodges. Ron crosses and leaves the 5-pin. Mark goes high. Leaves the 2-4-7. Charles misses the head pin right. Gets 7. So that gives Brian a chance to really take control of this match with a strike here. Sean Jacobs with another split on lane 4. Mark Hodges converts, and Brian throws 10 back. He's flush on lane 1, so he has control of that match with Charles right now. Dirk converts on lane 6. And Sean Jacobs does not convert. So that's another open. Back-to-back opens. Back-to-back opens for him on lane 6. And that brings Chad Hauser right back in. He's got a 3-bagger. And now that will... Oh, I'm sorry. Not Chad. Jesse Murkowski. And that gives him Jesse the lead in that match. Tommy Crossgreen crosses. That's the Brooklyn hit. He needed that after the open. After the open, he had frame 6. Greg Thomas, light and strikes. And Dave, 10 back. So Desiree is having a little bit of an issue. She's not locked in at all. She's had some light shots and then some that have crossed. So Travis strikes down on 5 and 6. And he has control of that match right now. Dustin with a 7 count. So Desiree gets her spare. So Dustin's 7 count gives Colin a chance to take the lead with 3 frames to go. Mark Hodges on 6. Did not like the shot, however, he does strike. Okay, Alex has left a single pin on 5. We'll see if he can convert that. Mark still does have control of his match with Alex. Sean converts. So we'll see what Colin can do here. Again, he can take the lead in this match with Dustin. And he crosses and carries. So that gives him the lead in that match. Far more close matches in round 2 here than we had in the first round. Charles crosses, leaves the 6 pin. Felicia crosses, leaves the 4-7. And Jesse strikes again, so he has really taken control of his match. That's a 4-bagger for him. Travis misses right. Felicia converts. Charles also converts. Brian does have pretty firm control of his match. Felicia has a lead in hers. Greg Thomas just left a 10 pin. He really needed a strike there to try and get back in his match against Travis. Travis converts, so it doesn't give Greg much of an opening. Tommy goes through the face, leaves just the 6 pin. So he is, had a chance to really get a little distance over Desiree, but he did not take advantage. Desiree's having a little trouble finding the range here. And she comes in light, leaves the 10 pin. But she's right in this match. That open in the 6 that Tommy had gave her the opening, and she's, a little more than 10 down with 2 to play. Tommy converts. Alex leaves a 10 pin on lane 6. So Mark Hodges has a chance with a double here to really take control of his match. And he crosses, leaves just the 2 pin. And Dave is light and also leaves the 2 pin. But he does have control of his match right now. Okay, Felicia is up. Flush. She gets a strike in the 8th. Alex misses yet another single pin. So those single pin misses are going to cost him today. Dustin on lane 2. I couldn't tell whether he actually whipped the head pin or caught part of it, but he tripped the 2 pin forward. And Colin strikes. So that double by Colin in the 9th sets up a good foundation and gives him control going into the 10th. So that lucky break that Dustin just had gives him still a little bit of an opportunity. Sean strikes. So the matches are far closer. Charles throws one flush, rings a 10. Chad, dead flush strike. He's got a 3-bagger now. And that gets him the lead over Dirk, a small lead going into the 10th. Brian, not a great shot, Oh, but he gets fortunate. He gets a fortunate break, crosses, carries the Brooklyn hit, and now has a 5-bagger going into the 10th. Travis misses the head pin left. Charles converts. The best Charles can shoot here is 201. Brian is going to win that match. He's going to defeat Charles. Tommy, light hit, carries. So he throws a strike in the 9th. Travis converts in the 9th. Desiree crosses and leaves just the 5-pin. So that conversion by Travis, that gives him a lead through 8. Dustin's going to need to convert this spare. Jesse Furkowski split. So Dustin, 9 count, first ball in the 10th. Alex, light hit, leaves it 3-9. Greg, now let's see if he can convert. He really has to convert this or it's going to be over. And he does. So he does have a chance. Not a great chance, but he does have a chance going into the 10th. Dustin converts. So 81 is the best that he can shoot. So he's going to force Colin to strike. Or not to strike, I'm sorry. Colin doesn't have to strike. He's going to force him to mark. And he crosses and gets the strike. So Colin is going to defeat Dustin in that first match. Dirk gets the strike. Gives himself a little bit of hope. 99 is the best that he can shoot. Jesse crosses and strikes. Chad strikes. Chad strikes going in. So that gives him control of that match going into the 10th. Colin strikes. So Colin defeats Dustin. Charles packs one, leaves a 9-pin. Best he can shoot is 190. Brian has won that match. We do have a few more close matches, and we're starting to see some strikes happen. As I said before, I think things are going to open up. Start to open up in this next game. And Greg Thomas did not strike. Does convert. Alex leaves an 8-pin. So the best Alex can shoot, after a promising start, the best Alex can shoot is in the 160s. Mark is going to be in the 160s after this next ball. So Mark Hodges will defeat Alex Terakita. Alex does convert the spare, but he is going to go down to defeat in that match. Brian, flat 10. But that match is well over. Sean really needed a strike, did not get it, got a 6 count, and then did not convert the spare. So Sean Jacobs will lose that match. Chad Hauser crosses and leaves 2. So 203 is the best that he can shoot. 215 is the best, or 219, sorry, is the best that Dirk can shoot. So that was a costly non-strike for Chad. Dirk does not strike. So 97 is the best that he can shoot. So Chad needs to convert the spare, and then that will give him an opportunity to win the match. Felicia, nice shot, strike. So she is going to win her match. Tommy throws a strike, so he gets a double. So Chad converts. And Dirk converts his spare.
Sorry?
Oh, I got Felicia. She's really good. I could be.
So that is going to give Chad the victory. Chad is going to defeat Dirk. Felicia's going to win her match.
She's keeping the ball right every shot.
Chad washes out. But it is enough. So Felicia defeats Ron. Colin defeats Dustin. Brian defeats Charles. Tommy defeats Desiree. Jesse is going to defeat Sean Jacobs. Greg Thomas through the face. So he is going to be defeated by Travis Sorensen. And Mark Hodges will defeat Alex. So the only match that we have in doubt at the moment is the match between Sean Hill and Dave Howe, and Dave really is in control of that match. We'll see what happens in the 10th with Dave, but he's in control. So we have a couple of 220 games this round. So, as I said earlier, I believe the scoring will start to pick up. The shot should open up a little bit in this third match. Mark Hodges splits. Flakowski strikes. Alex throws a strike again, but that match was over. The split was of no consequence other than count. Score for Mark. He will win the match. Sean Jacobs does strike, or does wash out. But that match is over. Jesse Flakowski is going to win that match. Goes to the face. Sean Hill and Dave Howe. We'll see what we have there. And that one should be a victory by Dave, barring just complete disaster on his part. Sean Hill up first in that match. So he does strike, so Dave does have to just show up in the 10th. And that's it. Dave wins that match. So that's the results for round 2. In round 3, the matchups are on lanes 1 and 2. Dirk Thompson versus Ron Corkin. Jesse Flakowski versus Greg Thomas. Mark Hodges versus Dave Howe. On lanes 3 and 4, Chad Hauser versus Dustin Wardell. Charles Wilson versus Travis Sorensen. Alex Terakita versus Desiree Allen. Lanes 5 and 6, Felicia Wong versus Colin Schott. Brian Puckett versus Sean Jacobs. And Tommy Crossgree versus Sean Hill. So those are your matchups for round 3. Again, thank you all of you for viewing today. If you haven't subscribed, do so. It's helpful. Sponsors for this tournament added almost $6,000 to the prize fund. It's Carpet One Contract Flooring, Chicken on the Way, Grizzly Auto Repair, Alley Cat, Desh's Auto Repair, Bootlegger Casino, Little's Lanes, Lucky Strike Lanes, RMIS, Opportunity Bank, Bulma Truck Sales, Kristen Dean, Keith Dean, Custom Stacking, Copper Creek Coffee, Old West Lumber, Garmin Stripper Wells, Montana's Premier Electric, DGI Enterprises, East Slope Vet, Dirty Family, that's Steve, Paul, and Michelle, Gas Auto Parts, Breen Oil, and Main Street Express, Trip Family, and then there were ball raffles to add money to the prize fund, donated by New Look Pro Shop, Alley Cat, and Storm Bowling. Also, a big thank you to Paul and Kristen for hosting this tournament. It's been wonderful here at Alley Cat Lanes, Shona, Montana. Other than the winter weather, everything's gone well. So, thank you all for tuning in. Also, one more time, thank you to our friends from Canada that are here and that are viewing. And we'll get ready for round 3 shortly.
Good choice.
Great.
All right, Drake. Do something, right?
Dustin, yours is right here.
Oh, well.
You're welcome.
Can't take everybody else's score.
I feel it.
Colin.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. No, that's
I was like missing them all, right? So I tried to get my feet, and now I'm missing them all.
And we've started round 3. So we'll see if it holds true as things did yesterday with the shots starting to open up. Oh my. Big penalty for Ron on lane 3. Pocket 7-10. Ted Hauser converts to 10 pin. Dirk Thompson converts to 3-6-10. And Ron gets the 10 pin. Jesse flush on lane 1 strike. And Colin was flush on lane 6. Charles gets and Greg Thomas trips the 9 pin. Rolled it. Gets a strike to start.
I don't trust God. I said that's why
And Markage moves the 8, crosses over the 8, but it does not go down. Sean Jacobs today has had a number of washouts, and he continues that. Washouts and splits have really hampered him. It's cost him. Let's see what Alex says. He's not having a great day. At this point, he crosses. Mark converts to spare. And Desiree gets a strike. She didn't seem locked in on 1 or 2. She was not comfortable. So we'll see what happens with round 3 and 4 if things improve. And Brian gets a strike. And Dusty goes through the face. Greg Thomas was just mentioning that he has not missed the head pin, or he has missed the head pin 1 time today, and his opponents have missed the head pin 9 times. Nice conversion by Dave on lane 2. We'll see how Greg gets started down here on lane 1. He is, as I said, he was the winner from last year. And he goes through the face to leave the 310. So baby split. Dirk flush for a strike. And Felicia doubles up down on lane 6. Travis strikes on lane 3. Oh, nice spare conversion on lane 5. And Greg converts the baby split on 1. Alex was high, leaving the 4-pin. Not his day today. See what Desiree does on lane 3. A nice shot on 4 in the first frame. She has made a ball change, and that crosses and leaves the 9-pin. Dave with the throw washout on lane 1. So Hertz, he had a spare up, so Hertz himself in count. Oh, Jesse gets a break. Goes very high, trips out the split, leaves himself a single pin to convert. Desiree converts. So we'll see what Dave can do with this super washout here. And he gets 3 out of 5, so that frame hurt. Dustin through the face. Leaves a split. And Sean has another split on 5 and 6, so he starts with 2 opens. Chad, flat 10 on 3. Jesse converts the spare. And Dustin does not convert his split, so he has an open. So he's got 2 opens in the first 3 frames. Splits. Chad converts the 10-pin. Mark is up on lane 2. Got a spare in the first frame. And that is flush. And he gets the strike. So after Dave's 5-3 in the 7th frame, Mark takes an early lead. Oh, and Dirk chops the 3 off the 3-6-10. Charles, after missing the single pin in the first frame, struck in the second, but then goes high and leaves the 6-10 in the third. Felicia gets a double. Jesse, oh, very late move on the ball, and he does carry. He does carry. Charles converts. We got Brian up on lane 5. He's got a couple of spares to start his match. And he gets a strike. So he's clean through 3 while his opponent is open the first 2 frames. Chad dead flush, so he's got starting a good game of 4 marks. In good shape. His opponent's only got 1 mark in the first 3. Ron gets the strike, that gives him a double. Alex through the face, 4-7. Mark crosses through the baby split. And Sean is struggling right now. This is the head pin wide, but at least this does give him a shot at getting a conversion. He really does. He needs to convert here at a mark to keep in touch early in this match. Mark converts the baby split, so he stays clean through 3. We got Greg Thomas up on 2. Needs a strike here to keep pace. And he gets it. That was flush 10 back. Tommy Crosscrew down on lane 5 leaves a split. And he's that's back-to-back splits for him. Ron is flush, so he's got a 3-bagger now after starting with that open in the first frame. And Dustin goes through the face to leave the 3-6. Sean does not convert. So Sean has started his match with 3 consecutive opens. Tommy opens. So he's got 2 consecutive opens. Charles, super washout on lane 4. Oh, Greg, flat 10. Flat 10 on lane 1. Ron converts, gets the spare. Greg converts. Nice job. And Dirk gets a 9 count. And Sean Jacobs through the nose and yet another split. So that right now is kind of the story of his day. A lot of splits. And Desiree, the ball does not make it back.
I think because I followed Dirk all last week.
Brian down on lane 6 has left a split and gets 2. But Sean just is not offering any fight at this point. The splits are getting him. There we go. Dave gets a strike on lane 1. That certainly was better than his last 4-away. Sean Hill strikes down on lane 5. Desiree converts. So we have Tommy Crosscree now down on 6. He really needs to strike here so he can stay in touch. He's going to get buried early if he doesn't. And he does strike, so he keeps himself alive there. Chad. Strike, dead flush. So he's got a lead in his match. Give you a lead rundown here at the halfway point of round 3 in a moment or two. I hope all of you are enjoying this. I know Tom Crosby goes to a lot of work to show this, give everyone the opportunity to see what's happening that can't attend in person. So hopefully this is working out for everyone. And Felicia with a strike. And Sean misses the head pin. Sean misses the head pin. So we'll see if he can convert here though. Okay. Dirk flush for a strike. That was important for him. He's got to keep pace. Got to keep pace with Ron. Ron's starting to connect some, and Sean converts. So he gets a mark, his first mark of the game. Oh, Ron rings a 10. So his string ends there. And Jesse, a little high, but doesn't have any trouble there. Convertible spare. So halfway through round 3. We have Ron Corkin is leading Dirk Thompson. We have Chad Hauser leading Dustin Wardell. We have Travis Sorensen leading Charles Wilkin. We've got a fairly close match with Desiree and Alex. Alex has started to turn the corner maybe here. And he does have a double up. We've got Felicia leading Colin. That's a good match right now, fairly close. We have Brian leading Sean. And we have, that's Sean Jacobs. Sean Hill is leading Tommy Crosscreek. And we have Mark Hodges leading Dave Houck. So we have some pretty good matches right here. Very few are distant. Most of them are pretty close at this point. Mark goes through the face, crosses just about. And Chad converts his spare. Dave throws a bad shot, crosses, but it carries. And that gives him a double in the match against Mark, and that does close things up a bit. So Mark does need to convert this spare. And he has converted it. So he stays clean to keep a small lead in that match. And Charles gets the strike. So he's closed that up just a little bit. Felicia spares. So she keeps her lead going. Desiree leaves a couple. Ron, dead flush. So he seems to be wired pretty well on lanes 1 and 2. If you need to see the standings at any point, you can go to tournamentbowl.com and just take a look at the match play for the Karl and Sonja Dehn Memorial Scratch Tournament. And Greg Thomas up on 1. Solid flush. Gets a double to take a lead in that match. And Sean Jacobs yet again a split down on 5 and 6. So he just is struggling at this point to put anything together. He only has 1 mark in that match against Brian, so Brian's really taking control. Dustin gets a strike. And Brian just whiffed a single pin. That's the second single pin miss of the day. Dave leaves a 10 pin. Sean Hill gets a strike. Mark Hodges leaves the bucket. Travis Hill leaves a 4 pin. Tommy Croskery gets another strike. So he's tightened that matchup. He was trailing, but he's tightened things up down on lane 6, 5 and 6. Felicia's up on lane 5. She's got a nice game going and a lead. And flush. Nice strike. And Mark does not convert the bucket. So that match is turned. Dave is taking a slight lead there. Charles rings a 10 pin on lane 3. Desiree a little high, leaves a 4 pin on lane 4. Brian on 5. Baby split. So he'll need to convert this to avoid back-to-back opens. All right, so we have Dave crossing over and leaving a single pin. 11 through 6. We got a slight lead over Mark, but Mark struck, so that will Giving him an opportunity to go back in front down on lane 1. And Ron on lane 1 goes to the face. Leaves the 610. Dirk, that miss on the 7th was costly. Oh, and then he rings the 10 in the 8th. Alex has got a nice string going down on 3 and 4 and has taken the lead in that match. He's taken control of that match. And he gets another one. So maybe this will turn the corner for Alex today after that rough start that he had in the first 2 games. Desiree crosses and carries. So we do have a few more big games happening. Dirk converts the 10 pin. We've got Greg up. We've got Greg up. He really needs a strike here. Chad, flat 10 in the 3rd. He needed that. Greg goes through the face. Dustin up on 4 carries, so he's got a string going. He's taking control of that match with Chad. Sean Jacobs is just having a very difficult time. And he whiffs the 10 pin. He whiffs the 10 pin. And Chad whiffs the 10 pin. Greg converts the spare. We're getting close to the end of some of these matches. Charles crosses and does not carry. He is in a very close match with Travis. Jesse converts the spare. So his match with Greg Thomas is close as well. And Dave strikes in his match against Mark. Charles picks up his spare. Sean Hill converts his spare. He does have a lead in his match. This is a big shot for Mark. He really does need a strike here. And he does strike. So he has a double. So he has a double. Dirk strikes in the first. So that was a big strike for him. Now we have Ron to keep his lead. Needs a strike here in the 9th. Chad goes through the face. He's a 3-6-10. Ron does strike, so he keeps the lead. Jesse goes through the face. Dustin strikes, so he's lighting it up pretty good right now. Dustin is going to defeat Chad Hauser. And Thomas gets a strike. And Jesse opens. So Greg Thomas is going to defeat Jesse. So Dustin will defeat Chad. Greg will defeat Jesse. Brian with a light pocket 7-10. But he is way out in front of Sean Jacobs, so he will win that match. Dave leaves a 10. Chad gets a strike. Mark goes a little bit high, gets 7. So that match right now is a 1-pin match if they both convert. Dave has a 10-pin to shoot at. Dustin with a nice 234. And Ron misses. Ron misses the 10-pin. And Mark also does not convert the 3-6-10. So both open the 9th frame. And going into the 10th frame, Mark has a 1-pin lead in that match. Charles does not convert. He opens to shoot 171. Travis can convert this spare to steal it from him. And Travis converts. So all he needs is 4 pins to steal this from a match that Charles had. He just has to convert that single pin. And he doesn't do it. So Travis will win. Travis will beat Charles. Dustin beat Chad. Greg will defeat Jesse. Dirk, that's a 6 count. Ron converts. So the best Ron can shoot is 94. And 94 for Ron is his maximum. If Dirk converts this spare, that will give him 88. And he does convert. But he really needed that strike. He really needed that strike. So Ron here just needs 5 pins for the victory. Oh, and he goes way wide and is very fortunate to get 8. So he does win. So Ron defeats Dirk, Greg defeats Jesse, Dustin defeats Chad, Travis defeats Charles, Desiree leaves the Greek church. So Alex will defeat Desiree. As I said, Felicia defeats Colin. Brian is defeating Sean Jacobs. And Sean Hill is going to defeat Tommy Crossgreen. Alex leaves a split on his fill ball, but shoots 266, so he really turned his day around there. Things got going in the right direction. Jesse does not strike, so Greg is going to defeat Jesse. So the only match we have in doubt now is the match between Mark and Dave. And that is a one-pin match going into the 10th. Sean is going to get to triple digits, but it really is going to struggle for him today. So Mark is going to need to go off the sheet to shut out Dave. He does have ball in hand. Greg strikes to give himself a chance of the 230. He'll get in the 230s. Well, maybe that's a good omen, Greg, you know. It was last year, it was what, with like 3 to go? It was about this point that you hurt your knee last year, right? Was it? Okay, Mark's up in the second. And it is flush, so Mark strikes the first ball in the 10th. Two more will shut out Dave. Greg strikes. Mark's second ball is out. And he flushes it and leaves a 9-pin. Leaves a 9-pin. So Dave is going to have to double to win. The double gets him the victory over Mark. First ball's away for Dave. And it was flush and leaves an 8-pin. So Mark will defeat Dave. So I'll quickly give you the matches for round 4, and then I need to take a slight break, and I'll give you a recap of them. But for round 4, on 1 and 2, you will have Chad versus Felicia, Brian versus Travis, and Tommy versus Alex. On 3 and 4, you will have Colin versus Ron, Sean Jacobs versus Greg, Mark versus Sean Hill. On 5 and 6, you will have Dirk versus Dustin, Charles versus Jesse, and Desiree versus Dave. So as I said, I'm going to take a quick break, and then I will get back to you for round 4.
sorry. I can't read either. I can't read either. I'm going.
We saw snowplow. Yeah, they were going that way. Yeah, coming out.
All right, I am back. So yeah, had a few games happening there. Again, if you want to look at the standings, tournamentbowl.com, you'll be able to see the standings. We are in round 4. Things are moving right along today. Here, which damn it. I will after this, after round 4 is complete, before we get into round 5, I will give you a rundown of the standings. But again, you can go to tournamentbowl.com, look for the Karl and Sonja Dehn Memorial Scratch Tournament, and see the standings there. Keep updated with what is happening. We did have a few bigger games that last round, so we'll see if that continues. Brian just converted the 3, 6, 7, 10. His opponent opens, so that's a bonus. Bonus for him. Alex converts a 7-pin. Again, thank you all for joining us today. And, big thanks to Tom Croskery for providing 406 streaming, so everyone can see what's happening and follow their favorite bowlers. If you're enjoying this today, in 2 weeks, Lucky Strike Lanes in Ronan is hosting the Scratch Tournament. Many of these same bowlers will be there. That tournament is full right now. Tom will be there with 406 streaming. So you can tune in and watch this again in an 8-lane house. So, it's slightly larger, only by 2 lanes. But again, the small houses in Montana really doing a fabulous job. A big shout out to Paul and Kristen here at Alley Cat for hosting this tournament and just running a nice, smooth, trouble-free event. There was almost $6,000 in added money from sponsors added this year. That was a big plus. Some bowling balls donated for ball raffles. Some added money into the prize fund. Brian crosses over on lane 1. Mark dead flush on lane 3. Felicia converts on 2. Oh, and Brian, after converting the split in the first frame, chops the 6 off the 10 and opens the second. So that advantage he gained by converting that split, he just gave it back. Travis just about threw that ball in the ditch. Got a 3 count. Sean Hill, flat 10. Sean Jacobs, it looks like, may have corrected some of his split issues in round 4. Tommy High leaves the 4-7-10. Jesse Frykowski converting his spare. Greg Thomas is not off to a great start in this match. And he does carry there. Last year, he started slowly as well, but then came back to win the tournament. Right now, he's going to have to Gonna have to get it going to move up. He's a bit back. Felicia's having a nice day right now, and she's looked solid from the beginning. Alex gets 2 of the 3 on his split. Alex with that 266 game in the last round has really boosted his chances. So here, starting spare split, he's even. His opponent has done the same thing, but he really needs to put a game together here, and he can be right in the thick of it, getting into the eliminator round. Sean Jacobs, after starting with the double, goes through the face, leaving the 3-6-10. Felicia does here on lane 1. Very nice shot. Oh, rings the 10 pin. Very nice shot. She does seem to be in control of her game. She's matching up pretty well with what's out there today. Charles Wilkin strikes. Chad opens. Does not convert that baby split. We'll see if Felicia can. And Felicia misses the 10 pin. She misses the 10 pin. So now, you got Chad doesn't convert the baby split, and Felicia misses the 10 pin. So that keeps that match pretty even. Brian's up on 2. Oh, and the messenger kicks the 10 out for Brian. He needed that. After that whiff, Travis gets a strike after the 3 count, getting the spare and then the strike. After that 3 count, things got better. Tommy right through the face. Leaves the 3-9-10. Difficult split to convert. We'll see what Alex does. See if he can get the magic of that 266 back. Desiree converts. And Alex is light. Leaves the 3-6-9. Tommy whiffs the 3-9-10. Gets a 0. 7 out on that frame. We'll see if Alex can forge a small lead with that. See if he can convert here. And he does not. He leaves the 9. So Alex and Tommy stay pretty even. Alex has a slight lead because of the whiff by Tommy, the complete whiff, but no one taking control of that match yet. Greg is light, leaves the bucket. So he hasn't been able to really get anything going yet today.
despite the fact that he's hitting the head pin, Colin does not convert. So the open frames are starting to stack up for a lot of the bowlers out here. Let's see what Felicia can do on lane 2. Her first real mistake. She has changed balls. Oh, and that was solid. That was solid. That was a nice ball change for Felicia. Solid shot. She needed that after the failed conversion. And Chad just converts the 3-6-10. Sean, flush, leaves a solid 9. This is just not his day today. Let's see if Travis can keep it going. Get another strike here. And he misses the head pin right. Sean Hill, flat 10. Oh, and Brian goes through the nose. So after Mark's split, Sean hasn't been able to pull away from him. Mark has doubled, so there's a chance here to take control early. Sean does convert the 10 just. Brian gets 2. So Travis takes a slight lead in that match. And Jesse does not convert his split. Mark did not like the shot. It crosses and leaves just the 4 pin. So if he converts that 4 pin, he will have a slight lead in his match. Now we'll see what Alex can do. This match between Alex and Tommy. Oh, Alex goes right through and gets a lucky break. He goes through the nose. The 10 pin gets tapped out at the end, so he leaves just the 4-7 to shoot at. Colin with a nice strike. And Tommy wiggles the 10. Is the messenger going to take it? No. Mark converts the spare. So he has the lead in his match. Dustin does not strike. He's trailing slightly in his. Alex chops the 4 off the 7. And Tommy converts. Tommy converts. So he takes the lead in that match over Alex. Ron misses the head pin right. And he does have the lead in that match. Chad gets a strike. So in order for Felicia to take the lead over Chad, she's going to have to strike here. She did make a ball change. Oh, and that was solid. So that was a nice ball change that Felicia made. And she's back in it. She's leading, and she seems to be the most locked in of the bowlers out here at this point. And so shortly here, we've just about got all the matches halfway in this round. So when we do get past the halfway point, I will give you a rundown of where everything stands. Travis just solid on lane 1. So lane 1 seems to be treating him pretty well. Lane 2, he doesn't seem to be lined in on lane 2 yet. But he has been solid on lane 1. So we'll see in the 6th what happens. So halfway through, we have Felicia with a slight lead over Chad. Travis has a slight lead over Brian. We've got Ron with a very slight lead over Colin, but he's got an open, and Ron does have a markup. Greg is trailing Sean right now, Sean Jacobs. And Mark Hodges is leading Sean Hill. Okay. Tommy Croskrey has a slight lead over Alex. Dustin has a lead over Dirk. Charles has a slight lead over Jesse. And Dave has a little bit of the lead over Desiree. So that's your mid-game rundown. Oh, Felicia went high and carried, and Sean has left a split. So that gives Felicia control in that match over Chad. So Chad takes 2. So Felicia's very much in control of her match. Now we'll see what Travis can do on lane 2. He hasn't been able to hit lane 2. He's been wide. He see if he tightens it up, see if he makes any kind of move. Dirk really needs to pick up his spare to keep touch with Dustin. And he does not. Dirk opens in the 7th, so Dustin has control of that match. Let's see what Travis does on lane 2. A lot tighter strikes, so that gives him a double. And he is in control over Brian right now. Brian needs a strike here to keep pace. And he doesn't. He is light. Colin misses the single pin, and in that match, Ron is in control. Charles splits. And he was leading Jesse. Brian converts his spare, so he's staying in touch with Travis. Okay, Alex is up on lane 2 and can really use a strike here. A double would be tremendous for him. And it is light and doesn't carry. That was a big shot. He absolutely has to have this mark. Sean is up on 3 and crosses, leaves the 5 pin. Not Sean's day today. Charles does not convert the split. Tommy goes through the face. Okay, so Jesse is leading Charles just like, Alex converts but almost chops that spare. That's a conversion. That's a big conversion for Alex. He really needs to get something going here. He made a move with that 266. But he's not following it up here. And Tommy only gets 1 out of that 4 pin split. So he gets a 7 out that frame. So Alex has taken control of that match slightly. He is in the lead. Okay, we have Chad here. Absolutely has to strike. And he crosses and doesn't. He leaves the 6-10. Sean Hill strikes to keep in touch with Mark. Mark needs to double here. Felicia through the face. Through the face for Felicia. She's still very much in control of that match. Oh, Mark Hodges just about carries one that's through the face. Leaves the 7-pin. Chad converts. So he is significantly trailing Felicia right now. And she cleans it up nicely. So no damage there really. She does have a significant lead over Chad. Brian's coming up in the second and really needs a strike. It's pretty much must strike time for him. And Sean Hill has taken a slight lead over Mark Hodges. Dustin strikes. He keeps his lead over Dirk. And Travis is solid on lane 1. That gives him a 3-bagger, and he is very much in control over Brian. Dirk only gets 1 out of that split, and he's really in trouble now against Dustin. Ron gets a strike in the 7th. That was important in his match with Colin. Hey, Brian now really has to convert this spare. Left the 3-9. And he does convert it. He absolutely had to have that. Charles just leaves a flat 10. He does have a lead in his match. Alex washout. So he's got a very slight lead over Tommy, but really needs to pick this up. Greg is just dead flush. And he is trailing Sean, but he's staying in touch a little bit. Tommy leaves a flat 10. So Alex does need to convert this. He's got a 3-pin lead right now, but if he doesn't convert this, that will give Tommy an opportunity to take the lead with a conversion. Mark gets an 8 count. And Alex does not convert. He gets 2. So he is 8 out. So Tommy will take the lead with a conversion. Sean Hill with another strike. He is starting to take a little bit of control in his match with Mark. And Tommy converts, so he is now back in the lead in that match with Alex. Desiree misses the head pin left. Chad with a strike. Okay, Mark needs to convert this spare to keep in any kind of contact, and he does. We've got Dave up on 6, and he really, the strike here would be better. Oh, and he gets a split. Colin strikes on 3. Dave gets a split. A golden opportunity to take charge in that match, and he gets a split. So that's going to give Desiree with a conversion here, the opportunity to lead that match late. Okay, Brian here absolutely has to strike. Desiree does convert. So unless Dave converts as well, Desiree's going to have the lead. Brian it leaves the bucket. Ron strikes. So he is still in a very close match with Colin. Dave does not convert, so Desiree has the lead in that match, and Felicia converts. So Chad can still shoot deuce. And Desiree is on a deuce pace. So it's still not over for Chad, but oh, and Brian does not convert the bucket. That leaves him with a possible 174. Travis just buries another one. He's got a four-bagger going. He's very much in control of that match against Brian. Sean has a single pin to shoot at, and he converts it. So he still is maintaining his lead over Greg Thomas. Greg needs to strike here in the ninth to put some pressure on Sean Jacobs. Alex crosses, leaves the 4-7. So he leaves the 4-7. Tommy left the 6. Tommy's got an 8-pin lead. Sean Hill with another strike. And Tommy whiffs the 6-pin. So here's a chance for Alex to get back in control of that match. Mark goes high and leaves a 6-pin. So Sean Hill does have a lead in that match. Alex converts, so he goes back in front. He goes back in front in his match with Tommy. So that one is just back and forth, back and forth. It's more or less who's not going to make the mistake is what it's looking like. So let's see what Felicia does here. That ball is going to be light, so she gets a 6 count. So she's dropped a little bit under that 200 pace. Still has a possible 206. Chad has a possible 204. So that match isn't over. Mark converts his spare, but he's in a little bit of trouble in his match. Okay, Desiree strikes. So that puts her in control of the match with Dave. Colin left a split that he does not convert. So Ron has taken charge in that match. Felicia with a very nice conversion. Nice conversion by Felicia. Keeps her out in front. Okay, Chad left the washout, and he really has to have this to keep touch. And he does not convert. So 172 is the best that Chad can shoot in his match. So Felicia is going to win that match. So Felicia will defeat Chad. And Travis will defeat Brian. Ron only needs a mark to shut out Colin. Brian gets a strike, but it's going to be too little too late in his match with Travis. Greg is up with 2 strikes. He needs one here in the 9th. And he does not get it. He leaves a 9-pin. Travis opens, but it is not going to make the difference in his match. Mark strikes. He still has a possible 215. Tommy crosses and leaves the 3-9. Not an easy spare. Let's see what Alex can do here. Alex pulls it. Oh, and he amazingly enough, he leaves the same spares. He leaves the 2-8 left-hander, 3-9 for Tommy right-hander. So they leave the same spares, both needing this conversion. Alex has a 1-pin lead going into the 9th. And Tommy does not convert. He chops the 3 off. So Alex will be in the lead with a conversion here. If he gets 1, he'll have a 1-pin lead going into the 10th. And he chops the 2 off. So he leads by 1 going in. Both opening in the 9th. Okay, so Ron will defeat Colin. Dustin has defeated Dirk. Charles leaves the 10-pin. He needs to convert this. If he converts this and gets 9, he will win. If he does not convert, he loses. So that match is coming right down to it. Felicia defeats Chad. Travis defeats Brian. Alex and Tommy are right up to it. Ron defeats Colin. Dustin defeats Dirk. Felicia leaves the bucket, but it's not going to matter in her match with Chad. And Charles converts the 10-pin. So now a 9 count gives him the win. Charles needs 9 on lane 5 for the victory. Chad gets a strike to finish his game. Too little too late. Colin strikes, but another too little too late. Dave gets the spare. Okay, Greg needs a strike here to put any kind of pressure on Sean Jacobs. Greg needs this strike. And he gets it on lane 4. Greg gets the strike to keep some pressure on. Brian through the face. Isn't going to matter. Okay, Charles is up on lane 5. He needs a 9 count to win. 8 is a tie, 7 is a loss. And he gets them all. Rolls the 2 forward, gets them all for the victory. So Charles, 148-146, defeats Jesse rolling the 2-pin forward on the last shot. Felicia with the ball change, and that ball is light. That ball did not finish. Okay, Dave gets a strike to finish at 2:01. So Desiree needs to convert the spare to win. Travis with an 8 count. It doesn't matter. So Desiree needs to convert to 6-10 to be able to defeat Dave. And she chops the 10 off the 6. So by chopping the 10 off the 6, that match is a tie. A tie at 2:01 between Dave and Desiree. So the only match that we have in question right now is the match between Tommy and Alex on 1 and 2. As you may have heard Tommy just say, shootout. So Tommy is up first, and he cannot shut out Alex. Okay, Tommy's ball is away. And it is light, but it carries. Okay, another strike here. A strike on the second ball will force Alex to strike.
I didn't hear you good.
Okay, here's the second ball for Tommy. And that goes through the face. That goes through the face. So now we're in a position where all Alex has to do, he does need to mark. Oh, he is left. That ball, or right. That ball is right. Sorry. Okay, he leaves a 5-pin. So he needs to convert this. Alex has to convert this 5. Tommy only gets 1. So he shoots 131. So Alex needs to convert the 5 and get 7. He needs to convert and 7. And he does not. Alex misses the 5-pin. He misses the 5-pin to hand that match to Tommy. 131 to 124. So, Alex, he shoots that 266 game in round 3 and then comes back with this 124 loss. That match, either player could have easily won that match at many times in it, and just mistake after mistake. And that's such a costly miss. Miss a 5-pin in the 10th to cost himself a match that he should have easily won. It's got to be disappointing. Okay, for round 5. We have on lane 1 and 2, we've got Ron versus Dustin, Sean Jacobs versus Charles, Sean Hill versus Desiree. On lanes 3 and 4, Felicia versus Dirk, Travis versus Jesse, Dave versus Alex. On lanes 5 and 6, Colin versus Chad, Greg versus Brian, and Mark versus Tommy. Wow. That was shocking. Now keep in mind, the results, standings are available at tournamentbowl.com. Okay. Also, I'd like to thank again the sponsors. The sponsors added nearly $6,000 to the prize fund. The sponsors are Carpet One Contract Flooring, Chicken on the Way, Grizzly Auto, Alley Cat, Desh's Auto Repair, Bootlegger Casino, Little's Lanes, Lucky Strike Lanes, RMIS, Opportunity Bank, Boma Truck Sales, Kristen Dean, Keith Dean, Custom Stacking with Keith Van Setten, Copper Creek Coffee, Old West Lumber, Garmin Stripper Wells, Montana's Premier Electric, DGI Enterprises, East Slope Vet, Jerdy Family, that's Steve, Paul, and Michelle, KS Auto Parts, Breen Oil, and Main Street Express, the Tripp Family, and then bowling balls for the raffle that added money to the prize fund were donated by New Look Pro Shop, Alley Cat, and Storm Bowling. Hope you're enjoying the stream today. Tom does a great job with 406 Streaming, bringing you this. If you enjoy it today, Lucky Strike Lanes in 2 weeks. We'll have the scratch tournament. Many of these bowlers will be there again. 406 Streaming will be there again. That tournament is full. Those of you that like to bowl scratch, the Ring and 10 in Butte, Montana is coming up at the end of March, the 23rd and 24th. That one will have around 300 entries. 406 Streaming will be there too. So if you want to sign up and roll on into Butte the end of March, do that for another scratch tournament. Okay, so right now, the top 5, we've got Felicia, Dustin, Sean, Dave, and Travis. Behind that, very close, we've got Brian, Chad, Desiree, and Ron, and then things start to drift back a little bit. If you are interested in the standings, tournamentbowl.com. So here we are. Match 5.
Following Wilkins.
All right, so quite a few more strikes out of the gate here in round 5 than we've had to this point. Felicia has gone back to the ball that she started the day with. She's gone through a few ball changes. Oh my! And Sean Hill just flags the 10 pin on lane 1. Oh, and Dustin with the pro washout. Felicia gets her spare. Just continuing to bowl well. Ron cleans his up. And Dustin opens. Alex crosses over, leaves an 8 pin. Sean is starting to throw a bit better. Charles, a little high, leaves a 4. Alex converts the 9 pin. Greg Thomas and Chad Hauser are both off to a good start. This match doubling to start. Charles converts the 4 pin, no problem. Felicia leaves a split on lane 3. She takes 2 of the 4, gets the count. Dirk has a chance to take an early lead in their match. Chad leaves a flat 10. So he starts with a double, then leaves a flat 10. So he's at least zeroed in on the pocket, it looks like. Travis with 9. Chad misses the 10. Dirk converts the 10 to take a lead in his match with Felicia. And Desiree, does get it. It looked like she was maybe going to chop that spare, but she didn't chop it. She did convert. Travis converts the 4. So Dustin washes out again. It's back-to-back washouts. Jesse with a strike. Brian with a flat 10 down on 6. Ron goes through the face for an 8 count on 1. Gray converts, so he maintains his slight lead. Oh, Dave trips the 4 out of the 4-9. Dustin does not convert the washout. It looked like he was going to, but ultimately did not. Alex with a strike. So now he's got spare strike. Or sorry, that is not. He's got strike, spare strike. So he's recovered from that match. Okay, Mark has a slight lead in his match. He's up on 5. And he has a 9 count. Charles flush. The 9 was standing, but it got rolled. Felicia light leaves the 9-10. Sean Jacobs just dead flush. He's now got spare strike on lane 1. He's got a slight lead in his match. Desiree crosses, leaves 1 standing. Dirk crosses and leaves 1 standing. He does have a slight lead in his match over Felicia. See if Felicia can convert this 9-10. And she does not. Sean Hill with a washout. Well, Chad Hauser comes back with a strike after that miss of the 10-pin. Desiree misses the 5-pin on lane 2. Travis solid. Oh, and Sean Hill converts on 1 and 2. Ron with a nice shot on lane 2. Dustin carries the light hit on 1. So after back-to-back washouts, he gets the light hit on 1 to carry. Jesse's got a 3-bagger going. I'll see if Alex can continue his climb back up. Charles through the face. Alex, very light, leaves the 2-7. Dave strikes. Charles converts to 3-6-10. So he stays in touch with Sean. Alex gets one. Greg with a split on 6. And Sean on 2. Oh, he does not carry. That looked like it was good. I don't know what pin it was that tipped in front of the 7. Felicia solid in the pocket. Shortly here, we'll give you an update where everything stands halfway through. All right, so we have just about reached the halfway point of this round with everybody. Give you a rundown where the matches stand at halfway. On lanes 3 and 4. Right now we have Dirk with the lead over Felicia. We have Jesse with the lead over Travis. On 5 and 6, we've got a very tight match between Colin and Chad. We've got Greg with a slight lead over Brian. Nice shot by Sean Hill on 2. Convert that 3-6-7-10. And Sean has a slight lead over Desiree at this point in the match. Sean Jacobs gets the 10 to fall. He gets the 10 to fall, so that's a little luck he wasn't having earlier in the day. And he has a lead over Charles Wilkin. And Dustin is trailing Ron. And we have Mark Hodges with a slight lead over Tommy Crossgree. Oh, Sean Hill. Just a hair high, leaves the 7-pin. Mark Hodges with the strike, and he does lead that match. So at the end of round 5, then we will have a position round. Round 6 is a position round, and in that position round, at the end of it, the field will be cut to 12. So Felicia opened again, and she is trailing by a bit to Dirk. Now Dirk's opened up a lead there. Alex has doubled. Charles converts a difficult spare. So he stays, he keeps touch in his match with Sean Jacobs. Dustin just threw a shot a little high on lane 1. Felicia's still struggling a little bit. She's struggling a little bit now on lanes 3 and 4. She was pretty locked in earlier, but this round she's having just a little trouble. Dave with the 2-8. Oh no, sorry, that's Ron with the 2-8-10 on 2. Dustin does get the 4-7. Dirk crosses and carries. And Ron gets 2 of the 3. Charles through the face, 6-7-10. And Travis through the face, but he gets a break with just a 6-10. Tommy is light, and he is trailing in his match with Greg. Sean crosses. Sean Jacobs crosses and carries. The 10 tips out of it, and he carries. It's another good break that he hasn't gotten all day. So all the bad breaks he's gotten early today, he's getting good breaks to make up for it in this match. But I'm sure he'd rather have that spread out a little and gotten some good breaks earlier. And he does have control of his match right now. Sean Hill through the face, leaves the big 4. Desiree a little high, leaving the 4-7. But Sean Hill's just in just a little bit of trouble right now. Colin with a strike on 5. And that match is still fairly close with Chad. Desiree converts. Alex strikes. So Alex has now thrown 3 in a row. So after that devastating finish in round 4, he's come back in round 5.
Told Ron if I chop that. I just told Ron if I chop that.
Nice shot by Dirk. He's got a 3-bagger now. And he's taking complete control of the match over Felicia. Ron, light hit that carries. Put some pressure on Dustin to get a strike here. And he goes high and leaves a split. Felicia's made another ball change. Jesse crosses, leaves just the 2 pitch. Sean leaving the bucket. Dustin, 7 out. So he's trailing his match now. Mark crosses, gives him a strike. That's 3-bagger for him, and he is well in control of his match with Tommy. Oh, and Sean Jacobs opens. So this does give Charles a glimmer. He really needs to strike here, but he does have a glimmer of hope now. And he does. It was solid. Oh, Chad Hauser with a split. Very unfortunate time for that. Sean Hill, very light, leaving just the 2. Alex leaving the bucket.
Is that what you wanted?
So Chad opens. See if Alex can convert this bucket. Colin converts. Alex converts the bucket. So the match now between Colin and Chad is very close. Chad did have control, but that open has brought Colin back into that match. All right, we're getting down toward the end here. Travis has split. And just, I mean, he's headed for 3 consecutive opens. Dirk strikes. He's got a 4-bagger going. He's putting up a nice game here. Sean Jacobs splits. So a match that he was in control of. Now, Charles has a strike up in the 7th and certainly an opportunity to take the lead here. And it's light. He leaves the bucket. Jesse misses right. But with a spare, he's right back in that match. Chad has made a ball change. And he strikes. So Chad is back in control of his match. Tommy strike, or converts. He had a 3 spare. Excuse me. Charles spares. And he still trails. He really could have used that strike. Colin is in a must strike. Oh, and he carries. He gets the messenger to carry the 7. And Dave strikes. We've got some good matches going on here in round 5. Brian leaves the 4-pin. Sean Hill strikes. Jesse converts. So he has taken a lead. Jesse's taken a lead in his match after the 3 consecutive opens. And Greg Thomas here needs a strike and gets it. He gets a strike. Oh, I'm sorry, he did not get the strike. He must not be able to, oh yes, he did not. He has an 8-pin left. So we have Brian and Greg in a very tight match. Sean gets a 9 count. Dirk gets the strike. He's putting together a very nice game here. Greg and Brian both spared, so theirs is going to come down to the 10th frame. Alex spares, and he has the lead, but he cannot shut out. Cannot shut out his opponent. Sean converts the spare. And Mark is up. And he crosses and carries. Oh, he doesn't carry. Left. I don't have a good view of that lane. And he did leave a pin, but that did cross. He is in control of that match though with Tommy. Dirk leaves 1. So Dirk is going to defeat Felicia. Oh, Sean Hill just rolled the 2-pin forward. Mark converts the spare. Desiree crosses and carries. Needed that double to maintain her lead. And Dirk converts to spare. So Dirk shoots a nice 226 and defeats Felicia.
Same shot, and it took all.
Colin converts his spare. Dustin with a split. 2-4-10. 9 count for Chad. Ron went through the face, gets 9. So Ron is going to defeat Dustin. Jesse with a 9 count. Chad converts to spare. So Chad just needs a 6 count to defeat Colin. So Jesse finishes with 179. So Travis needs a mark to defeat him. Greg gets a strike to start the 10th. Travis gets the strike. Charles gets the spare. So Travis needs 8 pins to win. 8 to win, 7 to tie, 6 is a loss. Alex goes through the face and leaves 1. Brian gets 8. Travis gets 8 and wins 180-179. Travis gets the victory. Comes from behind. Greg gets a 9 count. He's going to end with 214. And he will win that match. Greg will defeat Brian. Alex misses yet again a single pin. Travis converts, and he wins. Travis wins. Sean Jacobs throws a strike. First ball in the 10th. And he will win his match. So we have Ron defeating Dustin, and we have Sean defeating Charles, and we have Dirk defeating Felicia, and Travis defeating Jesse. We got Chad defeating Colin. Greg defeating Brian. Mark defeating Tawny. And we have Alex defeating Dave. So the next The next round, round 6, will be position round. And at the end of that position round, the end of round 6, the field will be cut to the top 12. So there'll be a little bit of a break here once they complete this. Desiree has got a nice string going.
This is the right side.
And she is going to defeat Sean Hill. So that is our last match. So again, thank you all for streaming this today. Thanks to Tom Croskery in being able to bring this to you via 406 streaming. Thanks to Paul and Kristen at Alley Cat Lanes here for putting on a wonderful tournament. Thanks to all our Canadian friends for coming down. Thank you to the sponsors that have added nearly $6,000 to the prize fund. That's Carpet One Contract Flooring, Chicken on the Way, Grizzly Auto Repair, Alley Cat, Desh's Auto Repair, Bootlegger Casino, Little's Lanes, Lucky Strike Lanes, RMIS, Opportunity Bank, Boma Truck Sales, Kristen Dean, Keith Dean, Custom Stacking with Keith Van Setten, Copper Creek Coffee, Old West Lumber, Garmin Stripper Wells, Montana's Premier Electric, DGI Enterprises, East Slope Vet, Jergy Family, that's Steve, Paul, and Michelle, KS Auto Parts, Breen Oil and Main Street Express, Trip Family, and then there were some balls donated for raffles to add money to the prize fund. Those were donated by New Look Pro Shop, Alley Cat, and Storm Bowling. And so I'm going to take a short break here while they get things set for the position round. Be back shortly.
What nights do you hold?
Then he always comes up for sweepers. I think it's the only time he
He's like,
mentions
no,
it.
Sean's from Great Falls. I'm like, why have I never seen it?
I am from Great Falls.
Then the customers go,
I moved 4 years ago.
Yeah.
well, this is where I rolled my first 300. State.
He comes up for the sweepers in December, though.
Yeah, that's when I was coming up, we were actually moving hell with it. Nice bowling.
Thanks.
I didn't make it very hard for him.
I what?
I didn't make it very
I don't
hard.
know. She had to work for that. She did. She had to
If it makes you feel any better, that last game that last game before this, at my beginning, that's why I was struggling. I chopped the 6-10 to tie people.
Yeah. She's
Chopped the 10 off of it.
Better than losing, I guess. I mean,
I know, so that's why I finally had to
cost
say.
her 15 points.
Yeah, one pin cost me 15 points. Thank you. Here, you need your turn in and you got it done? Oh. They just grabbed my down.
So basically, you're gonna do this last one in position round, put yourself back up in the cut.
I really don't want to be on 5 and 6. Really? Yeah, you do. I'm in there.
All right, lane assignments. Excuse me. Let's go to puberty right now. Felicia, 1A. Dave, 2D. Sean Hill, 1B. Travis, 2E. Mark, 1C. Desiree, 2F.
Just was.
Chad Hauser, 3A. Dustin, 4D. Greg, 3B.
Makes sense.
Ryan Puckett, 4E. Ron Corkin, 3C. Dirk, 4F.
And you told me you were a veteran.
Sean Jacobs, 5A. Charles, 6B.
How can you be a veteran if you're 4F?
Alex, 5B. Colin, 6E. Jesse, 5C.
Okay, so this is where we stand in this position
Out
round.
there in La La Land.
We have on lanes 1 and 2, Felicia versus Dave, Sean versus Travis, and Mark versus Desiree.
You're going to screw up your broadcast there, Brad.
Perfect. I love it. I love that. Well, I need to come down and get comments from the players as they're playing.
You're in the middle of their approach.
Yes, I will walk up alongside of you in the middle of your approach and talk about it as we go.
Talk about United America.
Yeah. on lanes 3 and 4, we will have Chad Hauser versus Dustin Wardell, Brian versus Greg, Ron versus Dirk. On 5 and 6, we will have Sean Jacobs versus Charles, Alex versus Colin, and Jesse versus Tommy. And at the end of this, we will cut to the top 12. Right now, Sean is only 1 out of the top 12, Sean Jacobs. Charles is 25 out of the top 12. Tommy and Jesse really don't have a realistic shot. Alex and Colin are going to have to do something special and have some help to get to the top 12. So I will try to concentrate a little bit more on the people that are near the cut line to the top 12 in this position round than the people near the top, depending on how things shake out. Felicia starts with the strike. And we got some splits happening on 5 and 6. Had the Greek church left by Dave on 2. Alex opens the first frame. Travis gets a 9 count on his first ball. Jesse goes through the face. Greg Thomas through the face. And remember, Greg Thomas is last year's winner, so he is still in the running to win again this year. Sean Hill gets a strike. And Jesse flags it, so he opens his first frame.
Again.
And Greg, nice conversion there on the 3-6, 9-10. Mark, first ball, a little bit high, leaves the big 4. And Desiree strikes. Brian with a strike to start. Mark gets 2, takes the count. Oh my, Ron with a 3 count on 3. Way right, way wide. You want it? All right, so soon we will thin this field a little bit. And the big 4-on-1 by Dave. So Dave starts Greek Church on 2, big 4-on-1. And Felicia gets the spare. So she starts strike spare against Dave's open and most likely open. Dirk flags the 10 pin down on 4. And he is right at that cut line, so he can't afford to make those sorts of mistakes right now. Dustin crosses and almost carries, leaves just the 10 pin. So Dave, I believe, is going to make a ball change, it looks like. Sean through the face. 4-7-10. Travis, solid. Good start for him. Dustin gets the spare. Chad gets the spare. Sean Hill gets 1. So he goes 8 out. That frame Desiree up. Alex is light, doesn't carry. Desiree doesn't carry on 1. Brian is solid on lane 3, gets a strike. Mark gets a strike. Lane 2 comes back from that big 4 start. That's a strike. Desiree cleans up on 1. Alex leaves a single pin on 6 and converts it. Greg leaves a 10 pin. Dirk is having some struggles. He leaves a big 4 now. After missing that single pin. And now a big 4. Dave with the ball change, and it was successful. That ball change worked out, and he strikes. Greg Thomas with the spare. Ball change working for Felicia as well. She strikes. Okay, Dirk takes 2 of them. So fortunately for him, his opponent started with a 3-6, so not much ground made or lost there. Sean, nice shot on lane 1. Backdoor for Charles? No, it doesn't backdoor. Alex with a strike. Dustin gets the strike. Okay, Chad's got a split here. See if he can clean that up. And he does. He converts that split. Great shot by Chad. Desiree with a strike. So she's got a nice start. She's off to a nice start. Okay, Brian's off to a double start. This would be big for him to keep this going. Mark high again on lane 1. Brian through the face, but leaves only the 6-10. And Jesse converts. Felicia a little bit light, does not carry. And Colin leaves 3 to shoot at and converts. Greg with a strike. Mark chops the 2-4-7. Brian gets the 6-10. Looked for a minute like he was going to chop the 10 out the 6, but just gets it. Dirk gets a strike, trying to right the ship. That thing's moving back in the correct direction. Sean Jacobs, after his horrible start to the day, is trying to make a run back. And he's off to a good start at it. Trying to just climb into that top 12 and keep a run toward making the eliminator round. Travis gets a strike on lane 1. Colin a little bit through the face, leaves a 7-pin. Let's see if Chad can convert that 10-pin. He's missed a couple of those today. And he just does convert that. And we got Alex up on lane 6. And he crosses. He's had a rough day. Dustin converts. Mark is up on lane 2. And it is light. He leaves the bucket.
What do you need?
I'm just looking at the. I'm forgetting who's where.
Yeah, so top section.
Yeah.
Middle section.
Yep. Greg just gets a strike. Double for him. Desiree gets a spare on 1. Mark, let's see if he can convert that bucket. And he does. Nicely done. Jesse down on 6. He's a little bit light, doesn't carry. Ron. Ron gets a strike. Tommy converts. Felicia made a ball change again, and that one seems to be working. Brian barely gets the 10 pin, just gets the 10. So that match is still very tight.
See, no doubt.
Sean gets a 9 count. He's still trying to make his climb up the board. Charles converts. Mark has made a little bit of a move on 1, and it worked. It didn't go high that time, but he did leave the 7 pin. Alex with a solid strike. Chad, solid. Colin leaves 1. Desiree not back to the head pin, leaves 3 standing. She still has the lead over Mark in this match. Okay, so at the halfway point here, we have Felicia leading Dave. We have Travis leading Sean Hill. And we have Desiree leading Mark Hodges, although Desiree just missed, so that's going to tighten that up a bit. We've got Dustin leading Chad. And we have Brian and Greg in a tight one with Greg just slightly leading. And we got Sean has just missed a single pin. He does lead Charles, but that's bringing Charles back into it. We have Colin leading Alex right now. And Jesse leading Tommy. Yeah, so Greg has a slight lead over Brian, but Brian does have a strike up and Greg has a spare up. We'll see if Dirk can get things going here. Oh, and he opens again. This game is proving to be very, very costly for Dirk. This game could easily cost him a spot in the top 12. Ron gets his spare. Colin marks. So he's maintaining his lead. Or no, he is not. Alex just doubled. So Alex is taking the lead on Colin. Jesse Croston did not carry. Sean Hill converts the spare. Chad is up now. Oh, and it does carry. It does carry for Chad. That's a big double for Chad. Tommy carries. Dustin has made a ball change and he's doubled now. And those are big for him because he is above the cut line, but not by a huge amount. Mark does not make it back to the head pin. And is now in a little bit of trouble in his match with Desiree. Greg is up. And he does not carry. He leaves the 10 pin. Nice shot by Sean Jacobs. Sean Jacobs is making a solid effort to get into the top 10 and surviving that first cut. Brian Puckett has just doubled, and that gives him the lead over Greg. Mark converts his spare. Okay, that's a big one with Greg. Greg is only 38 above the cut line. And Sean could easily erase that. And Ron is also putting together a solid effort. So
Hey, we're having fun, right? That's all it is.
there's the strike for Dirk. He really needed that. He's going to have to get something going in the second half of this game. Charles converts his spare. Sean Hill was light on one. Ron gets 9. Dave misses a head pin right. He is trailing Felicia. Felicia's got a pretty big lead in that match. Alex gets the single pin. Chad strikes. He's starting to string some things now, put something together. Sean Hill gets the spare. Jesse struck. Sean is making a solid effort. Mark through the face. Mark could be in a little trouble here. He's only 46 over the cut line. And he could be passed by some people. Travis misses the head pin right after having a number of strikes. Travis has got himself in pretty good shape right now in this match. Yeah. Mark converts. Huge for him. Greg converts the 10 pin. He's in a little trouble in his match. He's still bowling a decent score, so that may help him out. Dustin converts the spare. And Travis also converts. Sean Jacobs with another strike. He's now got a 3-bagger. Missing the single pin was a little bit damaging for him. His margins are thin, trying to climb up. And Ron goes through the face, leaves the 4-7. Colin also goes through the face. Dave gets a strike. Brian leaves the 10 pin. Desiree gets 8. That conversion by Mark, that was big because it keeps him in touch. Ron tips over the 4. Gets the spare.
No doubt, Ronnie. No doubt.
Desiree opens. All right, so we're getting near the end of this. Travis throws a strike. Dirk converts the 10 pin. It may be too little too late for him. Dustin does not convert his split. Sean Jacobs gets another strike. So he's got a 4-bagger going, so he's going to be able to put up a decent score and get the win, I believe, there. Charles with an open, 5 count and open. Sean Hill with a spare. Chad Hauser leaves the 10. He does have a lead. He does have a lead, though.
Actually, well, it might get. She might get the length down if she leaves, but I don't know.
Dustin's in just a little bit of difficulty here. Chad converts the spare. Mark gets the strike. And that's big for him. That's big for him. It puts pressure on Desiree. Brian gets the strike. And Felicia's solid. Okay, Greg is up with a big shot. Dirk gets another strike. He really needs to go off the sheet here. If Brian can convert the 10 pin, or Greg, I'm sorry. And he does. Sean a little bit high, leaves a 7. Sean Jacobs down on 6 is high and leaves the 4. Things are a little tight here. Things are very tight. Sean Hill converts. Charles doesn't strike. Chad misses the spare. Okay, Sean Jacobs now to finish his game out. And Ron gets a spare. Travis gets a strike. Charles gets the spare. Okay, Sean shoots. Shoots 222 plus 30. Craig leaves another single pin. Mark gets a strike. Okay, so Sean Jacobs shot a big game and is going to get the win. Greg converts. Alex gets a spare. Okay, Desiree. And Alex is through the nose. There's Brian gets a strike. We'll see what Dirk can do at the end of this game. Dave through the nose. Dirk goes through the nose, leaves a single pin. It's not going to be enough for him. Colin gets the single pin. Dirk gets the spare.
Nice shot, Lefty.
I'm just full of ball.
Okay, we're coming down to it now. We're getting close. Sean, I believe, is going to make his way into the top 12. He shot a big enough game. Got the bonus pins. Sean Hill finishing nicely. Dustin does not convert. Shoots a 180. Chad through the face. Big 4. Tommy Crossgreen is stringing it now, but for him it's just way too little, way too late. Travis with a nice game. And Chad shoots 200 on the button. Okay, Brian is up now. Brian strikes. Hey, he's got himself in good shape now.
I know, but this lane right here is pretty high.
And here's Greg. He really could use a strike. And he gets 9. Travis shoots a nice game. Nice 234 for Travis. Brian gets another strike. He's putting up a huge game. That's going to keep him safe. Desiree splits. Oh! Desiree almost converts that. Brian finishes with a great game. And Mark has got a great string going. Goes through the face to finish. But he'll stay in the top 12. Let's see what Dirk does here. Oh, that's not. So Sean Jacobs is going to make it into the top 12. And Dirk is not. Dirk is going to be out. He was in, and he will be out. So your top 12 are going to be Travis, Brian, Felicia, Chad, Mark, Sean Jacobs, Sean Hill, Greg, Dave, Dustin, Desiree, and Colin. Sean Jacobs made a huge move those last couple of games. You know, the last 3, he's just been moving up. So now we will cut to the top 12, and then there will be 2 position rounds after we get this sorted out.
He's over at the over at the
Okay, your top 12. Starting on lane 3. Travis is 3A. Ryan is 4D. Felicia is 3B. Chad is 4E. Mark is 5A. Sean is 6D. Sean Jacobs, Sean Hill is 5B. Frank Corkin is 6E. Lane 1 is Greg, 1A. Dave Helk is 2D. Dustin is 1B. Desiree is 2E.
What's up, baby?
Wait, I'm here on 2 again?
2E.
You've got to be fucking kidding me.
need something that carries energy, and that ball does not.
No, I know. Like, why is it gonna hurt to try at this point, I guess?
That Sonic had drilled long. So
All right, we are about to start the next position round. On 3 and 4, we will have Travis versus Brian, Felicia versus Chad, and Mark versus Sean Jacobs.
I haven't thrown the Sonic for a
On 5 and 6, we'll have Sean Hill versus Ron, Greg versus Dave, and Dustin versus Desiree. Now, these are 2 position rounds here. So after the second position round is when the cut will be made to the top 5 eliminator. And again, if you are wondering about the standings, where everything sits, you can go to turnbull.com. Check out the standings. Like to, once more, thank Paul and Kristen here at Alley Cat Lanes. Done a wonderful job. Thank the sponsors: Carpet One, Contract Flooring, Chicken on the Way, Grizzly Auto Repair, Alley Cat, Desh's Auto Repair, Bootlegger Casino, Little's Lanes, Lucky Strike Lanes, RMIS, Opportunity Bank, Bowman Truck Sales, Kristen and Keith Dehn. Custom Stacking with Keith Van Setten. Copper Creek Coffee. Old West Lumber. Garmin Stripper Wells. Montana's Premier Electric. DGI Enterprises. East Slope Vet. Jardy Family. Steve, Paul, and Michelle. KS Auto Parts. Breen Oil. Mainstream Express. Trip Family. And then the bowling balls that were donated for raffle. New Look Pro Shop. Alley Cat and Storm Bowling. One more thank you to the Canadian friends that we have watching and attending here. And hopefully things are close the rest of the way. Brian starts with a strike. Mark starts with a strike. And I did give some wrong lane assignments there. I was doing it in the threes instead of twos. So just to recap, on lanes 3 and 4, you've got Travis versus Brian, Felicia versus Chad. On 5 and 6, you have Mark versus Sean, and Sean versus Ron. On 1 and 2, you have Greg versus Dave, and Dustin versus Desiree. So that is correct. As far as your lane assignments go and your matchups.
You just all that magic yesterday.
Thanks, sir.
One and 2 today has proven to be pretty tricky. So we'll see how that works out in these last few matches. Right now we're getting some strikes. Greg and Dustin have both struck. Dave, on the other hand, has left a 7-10 on lane 2. Sean is continuing his hot streak and has doubled. And the way things look right now, if Sean makes it into the eliminator, he could be a tough out there. He could be a tough out. He's starting to throw the ball really well. He's matching up. Whatever he's selected is matching up. Again, this shot today, it's a 42-foot shot with 30 mils. It has been very playable. It's not just a brutal grind. It is a playable shot. Oh, Brian just flagged the 10-pin. Felicia with 9. Ron converts his spare. Chad solid with a strike. Now Sean Jacobs is up on lane 6. He's got 2 up. And he carries. He's got a 3-bagger. Now Mark also has 2 up, and he's coming up on lane 5. Dave gets a strike on 1. And Mark crosses over and gets a strike. Greg crosses over and does not get the strike. He leaves a 6-pin. It is still very tight to the top 5. Anybody's game. Anybody out of this 12 right now can make it into that 5-person eliminator. It is very, very tight. Greg converts.
Two's always slicker.
Felicia with another strike. Desiree picks up a tough spare. See what Brian can do with this split. And he converts it. Brian converts the split. And there's a strike by Dustin. So he's got a double. He's got a ways to go, so he's going to need to put some things together here. Greg is light on 1, leaves the bucket. Chad, a light one on lane 4 and carries. So that gives him a double. Now we'll see what Sean Jacobs can do down on lane 5. And he goes high, goes through the nose. Fortunate to leave just the 6-10. Dave with a nice shot on 2. We'll see what Mark can do on 6. He got away with the Brooklyn in the last frame and throws it in the pocket there and carries. So he's got a 4-bagger, takes the early advantage over Sean Jacobs. Travis is struggling just a little bit to start here. And Greg converts the bucket. And Sean Jacobs chops the 10 off of the 6-10. That's a huge opening against Mark, with Mark having that run. Dustin, a little bit high, leaves the 4-pin. Brian leaves another split and does not convert this time. Dustin converts the 4-pin. See what Felicia can do here. See if she can double. And she does. Greg Thomas gets a strike. Now we'll see what Chad can do. He's got a double up. Oh, and he goes high, goes through the nose, leaves the 6-7-10. Sean Jacobs is now up on lane 6. See if he can get back on track, throwing strikes. And he does. He strikes. So he's back on it. See if Mark can extend his string to 5. Dave a little bit high, leaves the 4 pin. And Mark crosses again and carries. Oh, he didn't. It didn't carry. My fault. It did not carry. Brian is really struggling this game. Now Travis is back on it after a rough start early. He's starting to come back. Dustin right through the face, leaving a split. And Brian does not convert the spare. Sean Hill crosses, doesn't carry. See what Felicia does now. Does not catch the head pin, washes out. See if Mark can start striking again. And Mark leaves another single pin. Dave splits on 2. And Felicia has a split on 3 that she did not get either pin from. Okay, Brian now's got a split conversion and then two consecutive opens. So we'll see if he can right the ship here. Travis has a chance to extend the lead. Mark converts his spare. And Travis strikes. So he's doubled and he's extended his lead. Brian really needs to strike here. Desiree goes left, leaves the 5-9. Oh, and Sean Hill. Bad break. Felicia, that looked wide. Oh, but it carried. The shot was light. It came back and carried. Okay, Brian left a 5 pin there, and he did convert it. Desiree converts. Not too sure she was going to. And we'll see what Mark can do now. Very light. Leaves the 3-9. Oh. Dave for a strike. Okay, we've got Greg up on lane 2. We've got Sean Jacobs up on 6. And Sean has struck again. So now, despite that open, he's coming back against Mark. Mark converts the 3-9. Desiree a little high, but trips the 4-7. Travis, another great shot. Another great shot. He's established himself in that match. Greg with a spare. Ron through the face, leaves a split. And Dustin White, it does not make it back. Dustin and Desiree are kind of in a battle here. Not a high scoring battle. Greg through the face, leaves the split. See if Felicia can get another one here. No. Washout. Washout for Felicia. Nice conversion by Dustin. We have Sean Jacobs up on 5 now. And this, if he strikes here, it will give him the lead over Mark. Lofted that quite a ways and struck. So he now has the lead over Mark, and he's putting together a pretty good game, as is Mark. Chad gets a strike. Mark crosses over and doesn't carry, gets a 9 count. Dave gets a strike. Yeah, that gives him a double. And Felicia gets 2, but it's hard to. Oh, Ron did not trip the 9 out of that. And pressure's on Mark to convert that single pin. We've seen quite a few spare misses today. Mark converts. Desiree crosses and leaves the 5 pin. See what Brian can do. He's got a strike up. He really needs another strike here. Dustin with a strike. Dustin with a strike on 1. We'll see what Brian can do on 3. Oh, almost left the bucket. He's got to get something going here pretty soon. Desiree converts. Travis converts. So after the rough start for Travis, he's pulled it together pretty well. Mark gets a strike. He crosses over and gets a strike. That was necessary with what Sean's doing right now. Dave gets a strike on one. He's got a three-bagger now. He's starting to bring this game back. Greg throws a strike. He needed that. Felicia with the Greek church. Oh, the 7 falls out of it, so not quite, but another split. And just a reminder, if you want to look at the standings, scores, look at tournamentbowl.com. Sean Jacobs just was light. Left the force. 2-4-5. Chad leaves a high 4-7. Dustin with a strike. That gives him a double. Felicia only gets one. Desiree converts. See if Sean converts his spare. Sean does. Chad does not. He's still well in control of that match, but he does not convert his spare. Sean Jacobs has a slight lead going into the 10th, although Mark has a strike up. Dave kicks the 10 out for a 4-bagger. Ron gets the 9. See what Greg can do here. And Brian really needs a strike. And he gets it. Greg gets a strike. Travis is light. Leaves a 2-4-5. We're seeing a lot of 2-4-5s and buckets in this round. Sean Jacobs, strike. Desiree with 9. She's starting to fade a little bit against Dustin. And Mark is up again. And he gets a strike. So that match is dead even. Going into the 10th. Sean Jacobs and Mark. Travis does not convert. Sean Jacobs is light. Does not carry. Leaves a 2-5. So that gives an opening to Mark. And Mark strikes. Sean converts the spare, shoots 233. So Mark has defeated Sean. 2 great games right there. Oh, and Mark leaves the pocket 7-10 on the last ball. Greg for a strike. So 243, 233. Mark defeats Sean. That will do both of them a world of good. Dave converts the 2-8. And once this match is over, we will reposition for the second position round and then cut to the eliminator. Oh, Greg goes through the face and carries. So that high carry for Greg is going to defeat Dave. Travis gets a 9 count. And he is going to defeat Brian. And Greg gets the strike. Dustin gets a strike. Run a 4-bagger. He's going to win that match. Bullet Easy game. The scores are coming up now. And Brian finishes with a 9. So he only shoots 162 and loses. So that is really going to hurt him in the standings. Okay, we'll just finish up these last couple of matches. Then get it repositioned for the next position round. And then we will cut to 5. All right, we will get the position set for this next match. And then it will be the cut to 5. Again, thank you everyone for supporting Forest Extreme, for supporting bowling, Alley Cat Lanes, all of the centers across the state and in your region. Thanks here to Tom Krosky for Forest Extreming. 2 weeks from now, we'll be in Ronan for the Scratch tournament. End of March in Butte for the Ring and 10. The Scratch tournament is full. Ring and 10 still takes entries, and it'll end up with about 300, I would imagine. So if you want to do some scratch bowling, there's your opportunity. We'll be back shortly.
Okay, latest assignments for the 8th and final game. Starting on 5 and 6. Mark Hodges, 5A. Travis, 6D. Greg Thomas, 5B. John Jacobs, 6E. Chad Hauser, lane 1A. Brian Puckett, 2D. Felicia, 1B. Dustin, 2E. Lane 3, Ron Corkin. 3A, Dave Help. 4D, Sean Hill.
All right, we're just getting ready to go with this last position round before the cut to the eliminator. We have on lanes 5 and 6, Mark versus Travis, Greg versus Sean Jacobs. On 1 and 2, Chad versus Brian, Felicia versus Dustin. And on 3 and 4, we have Ron versus Dave and Sean Hill versus Desiree. And after that, we will cut to the top 5. And it is very tight. It is very tight. Mark and Travis have a bit of a lead, but after that, positions 3 through 10 are very, very close. So this could be anyone coming out of that. And we are started with the last position round. Chad Hauser, nice ball on lane 1, strike. Travis started down on 6 with a strike. And Mark gets 9. Brian, this game's not starting any better than the last one played. Right through the face for a split. Sean Jacobs with a strike. Now this actually, for Mark and Sean, this should work out pretty well for them because they just bowled big games on 5 and 6 this last round. And due to the jump in the standings, you know, by the luck of the draw, they stay on 5 and 6 for this next position round. So they're not going to have to worry about doing any adjusting. They know what the shot is out there. Right now, Greg, who won last year, is in 3rd, so he certainly has a very good opportunity to make the eliminator final. Dustin with a strike on lane 2. And Dave with a strike. Mark Hodges with a strike. Light, and it carried. Travis went through the news a little bit. Chad did not make it back on 2. Desiree with a strike on 4. Brian is having some footing issues. He had footing issues earlier on one. Looks like they're still there. Did not throw that shot very well. Sean Hill through the face, but only left the 10 pin. And Chad gets the spare. Greg Thomas with the strike, so he's got a double. Sean Jacobs on 5 for a strike, so that gives him a double as well. The scoring pace on 5 and 6 is pretty high right now to start this match. Felicia a little high, leaving the 6. And Dustin a little bit high. Felicia shooting at 6, gets the conversion. We have Mark up on 5. And Mark goes through the nose and does not trip the 7 out, leaves the 4-7-10. Or sorry, not the 4-7-10, the 6-7-10. Thinking too much in right-handed terms. Desiree gets a strike, so she has a double now. She has a big move she's going to need to make. Chad with a great shot on lane 1. Mark takes 2. Brian through the face. Through the face. Is a little bit lost. Sean Jacobs with another strike. He's got a 3-bagger now. We'll see if Greg can keep up. 9 for Ron. And Gray goes through the nose, leaving the 6-7. Felicia change balls again and light strike. Looks like she's using an idle Cosmos. Oh, and Greg. Oh, shit. And we have Mark up on lane 6. Single pin to convert. And he converts it. We have Travis with 2 to convert. And I do have to apologize. I've been calling, I've been saying Kristen and Paul at Alley Cat, and really it's Karen and Paul. And that's just totally on me. Kristen is Paul's sister. Karen and Paul run the Alley Cat, and I was just had my brain on autopilot apparently today. Oh, and Chad Hauser picks up the garbage on 2. Greg gets a strike down on 6. Okay, Sean is up. See if he can keep the strikes going. And he cannot. Throws that one through the face, leaves it 3-6-10. Ron gets a strike. Felicia does not carry the 6. Ball went a little high and did not carry the 6. And we'll see if Sean can convert this spare. Sean Jacobs does convert the spare. Not textbook, but converts it nonetheless. Dave gets a strike on 3. And Chad gets a strike on 1. And Felicia converts the spare. Sean Hill does not quite make it back up the hill. He's a 2-8. Desiree. It's a little light, leaves a 2-pin. Travis converts. We'll see what Mark can do now. Can he get back in the strike game? And he goes high, but he does, I believe he does carry. Oh no, he did not carry. He left one. And Desiree converts the spare. Mark converts. We have Sean getting up on 6. We'll see if he can get back in strike land. Brian converts on 2. And Sean Jacobs leaves the 9-pin. Felicia's got a washout, does not get the conversion. Dave and Dustin both get strikes on their respective pairs. We've got Greg up on 5. We'll see if he can double. And he does not. He goes through the face and leaves the 6, 7, 10. And we have Chad up on 2 and Sean Jacobs up on 6. See if Sean can convert the single pin. And he does. See if Chad can strike. And he gets a flat 10. Desiree crosses and carries. She's putting together a nice game. So just over halfway through this. We have Mark leading Travis. We have Sean leading Greg. We have Chad leading Brian. We have Dustin leading Felicia. We have Dave leading Ron. And we have Desiree leading Sean at the halfway point. Travis high leads the baby split. Sean converts the single pin. Brian does not convert the baby split. There's a nice shot by Dustin. He's got a 3-bagger now. He just needs to keep striking. Oh, and there is Dave with a strike. And Felicia. And Chad gets a strike. And Greg gets a strike. So after that split open, he gets a strike. Desiree does not carry. Threw a good shot. Left the 7-pin. Or is it a 4-pin? Or 7. Brian carries Brooklyn, wrong side. Sean Hill carries. Desiree gets the spare. Mark strikes. Mark's in good shape. He's leading his match over Travis. Travis strikes. He needed that. And Dustin strikes. So Dustin's putting something together a little bit. Will it be enough? Felicia picks up the bucket. Ron gets 9. Greg gets a strike. So he doubles up. Chad leaves a 10 pin. And Sean Jacobs is up on 6. He has the lead over Greg, but Greg has struck twice. And he does not strike. Flat 10. I'll be Greg a little bit closer. Desiree gets a strike. Brian leaves a 4 pin. Chad converts to 10. Sean Jacobs did not convert that 10 pin. Ron gets a 7 count. Travis, high through the nose, leaves the 6-10. Felicia splits it. She is now fading. Dustin gets another strike. He's got a string going now. Mark gets a strike. Felicia gets 2. Travis converts his spare. Chad rings a 10. Okay, this big shot for Greg. And he strikes again. Sean must strike here. On lane 5. Chad converts the spare. Sean strikes. .214 possible. Travis strikes. Mark gets 9. Dustin is making a good run at making the top 5. Right now, it is looking like the top 5 will probably be Mark, Travis, Greg, Chad, and Dustin.
Dave's back there. Dirty's back there. Dave's back there. Dirty.
Sean and Greg. Chad. 185 maximum. He will win his match, so he has 215 for his total. And if Sean doesn't win, he will pass Sean. If Sean wins, he will not. Greg. Sean strikes. That was huge for Sean. He's forcing Greg to strike. And Greg strikes. That match is very tight. That match is very, very tight. Sean needs to win that match to make the eliminator. Travis should be safe, I believe. Got a big enough score going. Chad strikes. So she's 185. So he's going to get to 30. So he shoots 215. He's got 215. With the 30. Mark converts. He shoots 215 with the 30 pins. Greg is up by 11. And if he doesn't win, and shoots 202, he would be down by 2. Sean would also be down. Dustin is going to jump significantly in this. Dustin will move into the top 5 here. So it's going to be Mark and Travis. Mark, Travis, and Dustin will probably be in the top 5. Then it's going to be Greg, Sean, and Chad. Those three are going to be fighting for the remaining 2 spots. So it looks like it'll be Mark, Travis, and Dustin with Greg, Sean, and Chad fighting for 2. Oh, Sean rings a 10. Sean needs to convert this 10 pin. And Greg strikes. So he is going to win. So Greg will stay in the top. So right now it looks like Mark, Travis, Greg, and Dustin will be in the top 5. And then it will be either Sean or Chad. And Sean needs to convert this. And he does, just. Now he needs a strike. He needs a strike. If he gets 8 or less, so if Sean gets 9 on this shot, he makes the top 5. If he gets 8, he ties with Chad. If he gets 7, Chad is in the top 5. And he strikes. So your top 5, not in this order, will be Mark, Travis, Greg, Sean, and Dustin. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed one. I am so sorry. I called that wrong. I missed Dave's score, so Dave is going to be in there. Greg is going to be in, and Sean's going to be out. So it is going to be Mark, Dustin, Dave, Travis, and Greg. And Sean and Chad will be out. So now it will go to an eliminator. It will be Mark, Greg, Dustin, Dave, and Travis. All 5 will bowl. The lowest score will be out. Then they'll have 4. Lowest score will be out until we finally get to a champion. Thanks again to Paul and Karen here at Alley Cat Lanes for a wonderful tournament. Thank you again for all the bowlers coming. Thanks to Tom Karosky for 406 streaming. Thank you to all of the sponsors that added nearly $6,000 to the prize fund. Carpet One Contract Flooring, Chicken on the Way, Grizzly Auto Repair, Alley Cat, Dush's Auto Repair, Bootlegger Casino, Little's Lanes, Lucky Strike Lanes, RMIS, Opportunity Bank, Boma Truck Sales, Kristen Dean, Keith Dean, Custom Stacking, Copper Creek Coffee, Old West Lumber, Garmin Stripper Wells, Montana's Premier Electric, DGI Enterprises, East Slope Vet, Dirty Family, that's Steve, Paul, and Michelle, Chaos Auto Parts, Breen Oil, and Main Street Express, Trip Family, and then the New Look Pro Shop, Alley Cat, and Storm Bowling for donating bowling balls for a raffle. And we'll get started with the eliminator here shortly. Thank you.
You know you're talking to someone that just shot 150 and plays way lower than you, right? 150.
Okay. Your top 5 going into your eliminator step ladder are Mark Hodge. Guilty. Here, Travis Sorensen. Greg Thomas and Dave Howell.
They're all here still. I'm going to get a picture of all.
I didn't bring it. I apologize. I have a red bar at home. One on each lane? All 6 of them?
I know you're old. You didn't have to move. Been on this
Not menopause,
All right, we're just doing a 1 ball in each lane, a practice for all the competitors, and then we will start the elimination. Low score is eliminated each set, and we'll work our way down to the eventual champion. As we're finishing up this practice here, this is a 42-foot pattern, 30 mils they've been bowling on. This pair that they're on right now, 1 and 2, has not been the highest scoring pair today. There's been a little bit of a struggle down on 1 and 2, not a lot of big games shot here. Again, this is an eliminator format, so at the end of this first game, the low score is eliminated. And we'll bowl again. Do that until we have 1 man standing. This is a pretty fine step ladder. People that are here threw the big shots, through the big games when they had to get here. Okay, that was the last practice shot, and now we are ready to go.
All right, guys. Good luck. Congratulations. Take these on 5. Good luck, good bowling. Low man out. All you gotta do is beat 4. 3.
And here we go. There's the first shot. Greg carries. Starts with a strike. And just a reminder again, this is not match play. This is eliminator. Low score is out. Mark goes high, leaves a split, stuck a little bit. Dave up on lane 2. Mark starts with an open. Not as much as spares were the premium earlier today. This really is. Every shot is at a premium. And Dave converts. He's got a mark to start. Now Dustin may have a little bit of an advantage in this match. He finished the position round on 1 and 2 and shot a big game. So we'll see what he can do in this first game of the eliminator. Travis starts with the strike. Head to the second frame. Light doesn't quite take the 7. We have Greg up. Let's see if he can double and get an early lead here. And he does. Nice shot. Nice shot by Greg. Again, thank all of you for joining today. Hope you're enjoying this. Should be some close bowling. And Mark converts the 7-pin. Now we have Dave up on lane 1. A little high, leaves the 4. Oh, and Dustin carries a high hit. Let's see if Travis can double up. Make sure Dave cleans up the spare. Don't want any mistakes at this point. And he misses. Missed single pin. Although it's early in this match, that right there could be the difference. Travis through the nose, but gets a break, only leaves the 3-6. And he converts. Mark with a shot on 1. And it is flush and he carries. Greg is up, and through the nose leaves the 3-6. See if Greg can clean this up. Should not be a problem. And he converts. Dustin, that's going to go high. Crosses and carries. Crosses and carries. That's an early break Dustin's way. Right now, Mark with the split and Dave with the error. And near the bottom, oh, and Dave leaves a split. Travis Light leaving a bucket. Cost him a little bit in count. Leaves a tricky spare. But Dave, after that unforced error in the second frame, really could use converting this split.
I was on the edge of going,
Dave scares me.
you might break an ankle, left foot go off.
And he only gets one. So he loses count, another open. So back-to-back opens for Dave. And Travis chops the bucket. So an open for Travis. Okay, Greg up in the fourth. Oh, nice shot. Rings the 10 pin. And we'll see if Mark can double up here. So Dustin can take an early command here with a strike. And he goes through the nose to lead the 6-7-10. Okay, Dave needs to right the ship here. And he made a ball change and he strikes. Dustin takes two. So that just brings everybody right back in it. And Mark now will have a chance to take command. And that's high through the nose. Leaves just the 6-10. Mark is up now with a chance to take over and throw one more. That one's high. Leaves only the 4-pin.
Get lucky.
Travis converts a spare. So after that open on the bucket, he converts. And Mark converts his spare as well. And Greg carries. So he's in good shape. Greg is in good shape. Mark is in good shape. Dave is the one that needs to make some things happen now. Dustin does not carry the Brooklyn hit. Okay, let's see if Dave can double up here and get himself back in it. And through the face, leaving himself the 3-6-10. Dustin converts the 10. Now we'll see if Travis can keep it going. Mark really has to convert this. He can't afford another. And he did. Oh, he does. Bad angle. Travis through the face. Only leaves the 3 though. Single pin conversion. So at the halfway point, Dave is the one that is trailing. Travis converts. Mark light and carries. And see if Greg can double here. And he does. Fine shot. And just a reminder, for those of you that don't know too, I guess, Greg won this tournament last year, so he's trying to go back to back. And it's a strike. So that ball change has worked for Dave. At least on lane 1. Just didn't execute on 2. Dustin just threw it through the nose. Only left the 4-7, however. And it is converted by Dustin. Mark with a chance here to double up. And he crosses and carries. And Travis is light. Oh. Leaves himself the 1-8. Okay, so that non-strike by Travis gives Dave a little opening to double here. Oh, nice conversion by Travis. Nice conversion. Okay, Greg is up. Let's see if he can throw a 3-bagger. And he does. Let's see if Dustin can throw a little better shot this frame. Dustin does. He carries. It's a big shot as we're getting down toward the end. Now, Dave, this is really one where a strike would do him a world of good. We'll put some heat on Travis. Oh, he did not like the shot at all, but it was flush. So now the pressure is on Travis. And he leaves the 4-7-10. That will put Travis in the elimination spot. That's one of the two. Gives up a little bit of count. Now Mark. Flush. Dead flush. So right now, Mark and Greg are in very good shape. Dustin's looking good. Travis is the one that is in trouble at this point. And that shot right there almost assures Greg is going to be moving on. That's a significant miss by Dustin. He needs to convert this to keep himself distanced from Dave and Travis. This is a big shot for Dave. And Dustin converts. So he keeps his lead. Now a big shot for Dave. Strike. Travis is in a must-strike situation now. Oh, that not carrying. That 4-pin, very costly for him. Travis converts. Okay, things are looking pretty grim for Travis. And that shot pretty much assures Mark is in. So Greg and Mark are assured. Yeah. Greg's lined up now. Last year's champion. Trying to win back to back. Oh, Dustin doesn't carry. He needs to stay clean here. He needs to convert this. A strike by Dave here will put Travis in an almost impossible situation. Dustin converts. So the best that Travis can shoot is 187, and Dustin's already in the 70s or 80s, with a Mark in the 80s or the 90s. So he's almost assuredly there. Mark and Greg are there. And that will put Dave almost assured there. So Travis is almost certainly gone. He needs to strike here or it is over. And that's it. He's done. Travis will be the first one eliminated. So the next round 2 will be Mark, Greg, Dustin, and Dave. Another strike for Greg. He's looking locked in. Mark is looking very good. Dave, with that ball change, has turned things around. So we'll see what happens when they move to 3 and 4. So, again, the sponsors in this tournament have added nearly $6,000. I'd like to thank those sponsors: Carpet One Contract Flooring, Chicken on the Way, Grizzly Auto Repair, Alley Cat, Desh's Auto Repair, Bootlegger Casino, Little's Lanes, Lucky Strike Lanes, RMIS, Opportunity Bank, Bowman Truck Sales, Kristen Dean, Keith Dean Custom Stacking, Copper Creek Coffee, Old West Lumber, Garmin Stripper Wells, Montana's Premier Electric, DGI Enterprises, East Slope Vet, Jerdy Family, that's Steve, Paul and Michelle, Cass Auto Parts, Breen Oil and Main Street Express, Trip Family, And then the New Look Pro Shop, Alley Cat, Storm Bowling all donated bowling balls for raffle to add to the prize fund. Thank you to them. Thank you to Paul and Karen here at Alley Cat for their hospitality and running a smooth tournament. A lot of fun. It's great to see the small houses, 6 and 8 lane houses, hosting tournaments with this caliber of bowler and this size of prize fund. In 2 weeks, the Scratch tournament is in Ronan. Forest Extreme will be there. A lot of these bowlers will be there if you want to watch. Okay, we'll get ready for round 2.
Eric, I'm gonna need to scoot through here really quick. I'm gonna need to scoot through here really quick. Thanks. Sorry.
The game's ain't quite finished.
And we are about ready to start the second game. Greg, Dave, Mark, and Dustin. Low man out. Greg is last year's winner, so he's looking to repeat. All right, it looks like we're ready to start. Ready to get started.
I think it just counts. 30. Yeah, just go.
And a strike for Gray. All right, so Gray starts with a strike. And again, it's low man out. Little light for Mark, leaving the 3-9. Spares are the premium. Must convert all of your spares. No unforced errors. And Mark converts. Okay, now we have a little bit of a moment here for some technical difficulties. Trying to fix the scoring system. Now it looks like we're on it. See what Dustin can do. And it's high. Here's the 3-6-10. We'll see if what Dave got going at the end of that last game will carry over into this one. And a conversion for Dustin. Now we have David for his first shot. So we'll have to see what he can do. He didn't like the shot, so he did just leave it to him. Oh, and Greg leaves a pocket 7-10. What a tough break. That is a tough break. And he gets one. That was a tough break for Greg. I'll see what Mark can do. And through the nose. Oh, but he trips out the 10 just to leave the 4-7. and 9. So strikes are a little tough to come by here to start this match. Dustin can convert. Dave converted. Dustin converts. So we're all still pretty even to start here.
That one didn't pick up and it didn't burn it. It's almost like it got carried over.
Rings the 10, so the carry has kind of gone away from Greg a little bit here. Let's see if Greg converts. Mark left a little bit of trash to shoot. And Greg does convert. Okay, Mark converts. Picks that split up. Let's see if somebody can get lined up here and start striking. Strikes seem to be a little hard to come by right now. Greg has hit the pocket consistently, he just hasn't been rewarded. There it is, Dave brings a solid shot. I'll see if Dustin can join in. And he does not. The ball is light.
Sometimes talking it out is good.
He needs to pick this up. Rather leave himself single pins than this. And he converts it. Nicely done. And so everybody's clean. The only miss was that unfortunate 7-10 that Greg had in the second frame. Let's see if Mark can get a strike. Oh, through the face. Not as fortunate as the last frame with the split. This one near as convertible as the last one was. Let's see if Greg can throw another one in the pocket and maybe this time be rewarded with the shot. And he does throw it in the pocket, but he is not rewarded. So he has thrown 4 shots in the pocket, only has 1 strike to show for it and 1 open. If Greg converts. And Dustin will have an opportunity to strike. Greg does convert. Oh, and Dustin gets a lucky break. Light hit and carries. It's got to be frustrating for Greg. Yeah, he's hit the pocket and not carried. And Dustin does carry that hit. Dave falls away and flush. Yeah, he's in the right ball now. Once he made the change midway through that first game, he's been pretty solid since then. See if Greg can put another one in the pocket. And he does. And yet again, it is a 9 count. Mark gets a 9 count. Greg needs to convert this 10-pin stake. Well, it wasn't clean. I was going to say stay clean. It just seems like it's clean, but it's not. It's 7-10 in the second. And he converts the 10. So he spares. And Mark converts. Okay, we'll see if Dave can throw one more here and kind of pull away from the pack.
Appreciate it.
It's a good shot. There it is. Solid. And Dustin turns that light hit the last frame into a double with that solid shot right there. So that starts to separate Dustin and Dave a little bit from Greg and Mark. Mark throws a great shot, carries. Puts the pressure on Dave to carry. Okay, will Greg hit the pocket again? Yes, and this time he carries. So Greg and Mark are still neck and neck. Let's see what Dustin does here. He was light on this lane last frame. And he's a little light again, but he does carry. So Dustin and Dave are separating just a little bit. Falls away. Dave does not carry, does not trip the 9. And we'll see what Greg can do. And he goes through the nose. Leaves 4. Not the easiest spin in the world. That's the first bad shot he's thrown in this match. Dave converts to spare. And Greg converts. Difficult spare, converts, big conversion. Now we'll see if Mark can double up here. And Mark does not carry the 7. So Greg keeps a slight lead over Mark for that elimination spot. Mark converts, so they're still neck and neck. And Dave carries. Dustin carries. So 4-bagger for Dustin. He's now separated himself. So Dustin is pretty much safe. And Dave is pretty much safe. It's going to come down to Mark and Greg. Mark goes high flush and carries. It's a big shot. That's forcing Greg to throw a strike. And there it is. He throws a strike. So they are still neck and neck with 2 to play. Dustin had a huge game in the last game of position round to get into the eliminator, and now he's going to move on to the final 3. Almost backdoored one. See what Dave can do here. Can he double? And he does. Dave also had a huge game the last game of position around to get here. So the people that were hot late are the people that are staying hot, it looks like. And this is a big shot here for Mark. Big shot for Greg. Putting that strike on the board. Critical. Oh, and Mark carries the 7-10 was standing and it tripped. So he doubles. Putting the pressure on Greg to double. Greg is last year's winner, trying to double up. And he does not carry. Leaves the 10 pin. That could be the difference right there. And he converts to spare. And that's enough for Dustin. He doesn't need to mark again. He will be able to be assured of moving on. And Dave will be assured of moving on. Okay, the best Greg can shoot is 196. So a strike here will shut Greg out. And that does. That shuts Greg out. And he ends with the pocket 7-10. So he threw shot after shot in the pocket, wasn't rewarded, and he will be eliminated.
No, I still got a half a bladder.
So it will be Dave, Dustin, and Mark remaining, and they will move down to 5 and 6. So Greg will not repeat as champion. We will have a new champion this year.
One more ball. Walter tagged himself. I think Walter tagged himself.
And I will see you. All right, so the next match will be Dustin, Dave, and Mark. Low score will go out. I'm going to sign off now and hit the roads. It's kind of nasty out there, and I hope you enjoy the rest of it. Thank you for viewing today, and again, Plastic Streaming will be in Ronan in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Excuse me, Kurt. It's all right. You're right.
Thanks, Brian.
Excuse me.
You're in my fucking way.
I get a bowl last. Good. If I go bowl that bad, I got that one from first to last in like in 2 games.
Are they doing this by score? Because
Giving him a running head start.
you mean the scores?
No, scores don't carry over. Why? Because it's a left-handed rule.
You don't make the rules, you just follow them, right?
Maybe you forgot. Everybody gets in a hurry. It's a real small wave.
Running out of room.
My carry.
Dave. Running out of room.
I'm trying not to boot it.
Not a doubt. No doubt.
No, I was actually knew that was going that way. I really like that.
right, bud. It's all right. Run down.
You just don't get it, do you? You just don't get it, do you? What? It's a distraction.
Let me grab another bottle. Let me grab 2 up, boys.
Grab one for me. I hate to be out of ammo.
That's actually what I thought about this stuff.
Shot her ass and like, first thing I thought of.
You guys carry more Brooklyns than I seen on here.
That wasn't even a high flush Brooklyn even.
What? I carry 1 strike.
Never seen me throw a bucket. Only if you're watching.
Yeah, baby.
Right here, Mark. I'm right here. Just like that.
Why it's you?
Just like holding it right.
No carry. Damn left-hand side.
You're right, it does.
Anybody on that?
We just don't get it.
Man, get your water bottle.
You throw it to the other side,
Brooklyn.
Hey, you don't carry very well at all. If you could carry, you'd be fine.
From what, you breathing?
Gas. I can't accept through the ball anymore. I'm spent.
How do you lose ever?
Your ball rep sucks. He does. Here, try this in the 10th grade. You've already got your head.
Dustin, if your ball rep's a left-hander, that's why you're having
No, it's the righty who throws motive.
Just kidding.
It's the righty who throws motive.
Oh, it's a motive guy. That's the problem.
Got one?
throwing my ball here this weekend, if you look at my gym, shoot the fuck up. And it's from here. It was not like that till I got here. Pretty good ones. I'm pretty sure it was 1 and 2.
I think so, yeah.
All right, buddy.
Good thing you don't stop and drive back. I know. And there were two. Oh my God, thanks, man. I got this.
I was just trying to look responsive right now. Bug you.
Congratulations, Dustin Wardell. Third place. $1,400.
Thank God for somebody drawing your name. Yeah,
You literally came down. That's it.
Good with that? No kill?
Yeah, he's there for sure.
Okay.
I think it might be a move on the board back to the right.
Oh, do you want to just do tournament style? Yeah. Yes, sir. Good luck to you, sir. Good luck.
Final match. Dave Howland. Mark Hudson. $2,500 on the line.
My cut is 16%.
Damn! You're worse than a fucking IRS.
Yeah.
My cut is 16%, he said. That's worse than the IRS.
You just want to order
Do you have to use the whole fist or
I have no. The answer is no. I'm trying to sneak away and you'll be no. No means no. Goodbye.
No, they're getting there.
Brooklyn. Missed it, yep.
burn on the outside.
It is.
See, Mark, I don't carry everything. Here, do I?
Just my Peter. There you go.
I do exactly. fine. I just got real March right.
Get away with one.
Kind of pissed me off, but it's already gone.
You're good. 279 right here. All day.
Still 279.
That's right.
All right, bud.
9 out on 11. Or back 11. Oh man, I just turned out like a sea heater right around the house. Hit the road.
I'm sure I could create a lot of room with that gold label.
You don't need it.
He ain't gonna drive like that Forge.
Honestly, I did get a lot of room with the Forge.
I do. I got 3 boards back on this pair.
Tally ho.
Tell Tim that was his ball.
Alright man, still ball. That's crazy. I was like pointing over the thing. Oh yeah. Oh shit. That's so cool. It's like one of those. That's Yep.
That makes sense.
I was like, I was over for it. Let's go.
Yeah. Why not? I don't have any getting to get back, so. Everything tells me you're right now. I pulled that one and I thought it was shit clutch.
I mean, if you want some
Not in the way.
just got throw some good shots though.
That shot was actually good. It just hooked up.
I feel like you missed down.
That's my miss. I gotta create that miss. I'm not gonna lose it right on purpose. Because it'll fly through. Let's work with it.
That's cool. That's still good. Look at this one. Look at this one. This one's like pretty legit. I never got it. That's what it is. Alrighty.
You heard her.
Feel it, you do it. Hernan, this one, and then all the small houses I go to.
I have only been to this one. Like Ronan, I haven't been to the Polson. Haven't been there. Eureka, haven't been there. There's a couple places I haven't been. Gotta pick your poison, man.
That was the worst shot I've thrown in 3 times.
Right now. Fucking spare shooter.
I carried that twice Friday, so
Right?
it's always in my mind.
air evaporated or something. I jumped left a half a board farther and I was over here.
See, that's weird because you finished the board right, and then even over there you move back to the left. That's why it's like starting nuclear force, you move back to the right.
Catch a few bullets, I'll be back in. I'd start.
That's one of them. You're welcome.
I'm an asshole, but I love you.
Alright, maybe not the structure of what you want. Come on, you got it, bud.
Zen doesn't go good with pizza. Here we go. Another blood and half on this line.
my game hurt me. My one game.
Big plant.
This is so stuck on there.
Okay. Second place, Dave Hop. Great rolling, Dave. $1,600.
Right? 16% is 16,600, right? 1,600 bucks. 1,600.
Then I got 16% together.
Dave. Dave, honey, I did.
He's spelling my.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
Congrats, man. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.